Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for being here. Let us continue the Common Action Forum 2023 Together for the World. In this fifth session, that opens the second and last day of the forum, this is the session called Food Safety and Energy Safety in the Global Green Transition. I would like to invite to the stage for the opening seminar for this topic Pedro Manuel Moreno from Spain will be joining us. Please, Pedro. Pedro is the Vice General Secretary of the Conference of the UN on Commerce and Development. Pedro, thank you so much for your presence here today. Good. It's a pleasure to be here today. I would like to greet Rafa and all of the staff of the Brazilian President's office, and especially like to thank Rafa for allowing us to connect and for 2 to 3 days in a group of friends to be able to think and discuss and exchange ideas with such an interesting group and such a committed group. These are such important events. Thank you so much for your invitation. As President Zapatero said in the first day, maybe this is the most pertinent place to be to talk about these themes. You know, the Amazon in Brazil nourishes the earth, and Brazil's agriculture nourishes the world. And we had 2 decades of Fome Zero program, a zero hunger program, one of the first programs that Lula had in his first term, and it's one of the most successful programs in history for against hunger. And so in 1964, we made this counterpoint to the G20 to be a connection between the global south and the global north to ease the access of the less developed countries to the global economy. It is my duty to deal with commerce and development. So this is an initiative that we're carrying out. We've taken 2 million tons of grains from Ukraine in the middle of the war in this initiative? Well, I'm going to be talking about 3 different themes in the perspective of global commerce. I'm going to start with a very simple idea. We need to feed 8 billion people with global commerce. This has to do with energy and green transition, which are the 3 themes in the panel that we're going to have now. Well, there are a few countries in the world which are really sovereign in relation to energy and food, countries which produce enough food and energy for themselves. So when we're talking about food and energy sovereignty, we should also be talking about commercial sovereignty. What I mean is the capacity of each state to have access to the global market without fearing any sort of unforeseen consequences or even attacks against them. And I think that a country that doesn't produce enough food has food sovereignty if it has a safe way to import them. So FAO has said something very concerning in relation to food safety in the world. Between 2019 and now, 122 million people are 122 million more people are suffering from lack of food, and we have also 100 millions of people who no longer have access to energy, 100 million who use biomass for their food. And so food safety and energy safety is going down in the world. And part of this has to do with the climate, desertification of soils, etc., and also economic problems with the poverty going up. And there's A third reason that's less commented on, that is that there's less commerce. So the IMF has recognized that we're going into a geoeconomical fragmentation of this scenario. So in the most pessimistic scenario, the global GDP, which should grow at least 5 more percent, it will probably uh, decrease 5%, which is the same as two pandemics. There are countries that are losing their commercial sovereignty. Let's remember the book Evergreen, the Evergreen, the Evergreen ship when it was stuck in the Suez Channel, that led to extreme problems. So we have this process that is called friendshoring, which is a big problem. We know that bad friends can be a huge problem in commerce. Sometimes they believe that the friend of my friend is my friend, and the friend of my enemy is also my enemy. And so there's an agreement between the Russian Federation and the UN trying to reach food safety through commercial safety. Well, Ukraine and Russia are two big uh, grain producing countries, so they had a hard time exporting fertilizers and grains because they are large producing countries, and they were in the and they exported to the global south. 1 year before the war, Russia and Ukraine exported 23% of all the wheat and over 20% of all the barley, 50% of all the sunflower sunflower seed oil. So Antonio Gutierrez and Hébert Christie Galmon, they're working together with Europe and Turkey. And with all this work, we've learned something very important in the level of development and human rights, that foods cannot be an object of war. And so people have an international right to food, but this is very hard to ascertain because commerce is not something simple, especially in the context of a war. For us to have a concrete example of a supply chain that we study, the cell phones that we have in our pockets have over 34 different components that come from different providers from all over the world, from Central Africa, South America. Screens come from South Korea. Marketing comes from Sweden. Sometimes the software design is from Japan. And it reached the port of Santos in a Greek ship with a Liberian flag, with the financing of a bank from the Gulf. The wheat has a less complex supply chain, but it's very complex, and it has also a financial speculation associated with it in the Chicago Stock Exchange. So in all different environments of the government, the private sector are involved. Without a doubt, we need to better regulate the world commercial chain and fight against speculation and fostering and stimulating good logistical chains. We work in all the different areas, but the point that I'd like to mention is that the only way to do this well is to do this multilaterally. When we talk about multilateral relations ever since the first day, and I think this has to do with what we all believe in, this sense that when we're talking about global problems that we're talking about all the time, they need global solutions. And we're only going to be able to reach them with a multilateral approach with universal agreed upon rules with the perspective of development and environmental protection. So involving geopolitics in this area will not help anyone and won't help food or energy safety. So despite all of our efforts, and so we didn't renew the grain and fertilizer agreement in the Black Sea. So it was a terrible moment, and we Unfortunately, we're beaten, and we're trying to rescue this agreement with our allies, and we're trying to do this. Optimism is also a value of multilateralism. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to do anything. Dear friends, food and energy safety is not just a humanitarian issue, it's also an issue of peace and stability. As Bob Marley once said, hungry people are angry people. Our disconnected world, we can't have a disconnected world full of hunger. Today, global interdependence shows that global challenges need global solutions. Mandela also said this: we can't just have diagnoses, we also need to think of solutions. As the Anglo Saxon said, we need concrete solutions that have all of these perspectives integrated into them. Commerce can be a vehicle for well being and development, but it ends up being affected by geopolitics. And that's why the strengthening of multilateralism is essential. Strengthening international cooperation based on fair and transparent and equitable rules, a building of a world in which we are able to find consensuses and work towards a common future and to start thinking about the future in another way is important. If we were able to get 32 million tons of grains in the middle of a war, it's because we never stopped believing that it was possible. This is the kind of attitude that I think is important for a forum such as this. This is why I call you all to move together towards a renewed multilateralism that recognizes the realities of the century, but also that we can go towards a more peaceful, fair, and sustainable world. Is this an easy task? No, but together with commitment, it is possible, just like the title of this forum said. So I'm going to be speaking in Portuñol now. There is a saying in Portuguese that says, an empty bag won't stand. What does that mean? We can't expect our societies to flourish and to keep standing if we're in poverty and in hunger. We need to work together to make it so that we can have people have opportunities and food. So we need to go way beyond sovereignty. Thank you, everyone.
Giving continuity to the panel, would like to invite to the floor Arleth Bali, who is the chief of the regional office of the Office for Economic Development of the Regional Office of Istanbul. Arleth, please. I'd also like to invite Eduardo Vazassa, who is professor of Buenos Aires University, constitutionalist, and also part of the Commission Forum, Common Action Forum. And also Leticia Merino, who is professor and coordinator of sustainability of University of Mexico. And as a moderator, Felipe Dimas, who is an academic from Spain and will be the host for this panel as well. Good morning, everyone. I'll be responsible for this moderation to provoke some comments with regards to your speeches. So I believe that behind the intervention of Pedro's speech, that was very inspiring, as well as their themes that he mentioned. The energetic transition, this uncertainty benchmarks where the commerce has this fundamental role with regards the life of this humanity. We are already 8 billion of souls that with regards to how we live and benchmark of important changes to face the climate changes. I'll only give an idea to bring back the idea, and then I'll return to the ideas on. I will bring back some questions you brought. Zapatero mentioned also, and you mentioned with regards to extinguish the wars. I would say extinguish violences. Peace is not only the absence of wars, but the absence of violence. And this is important to the territories. The other thing is to abolish hunger and poverty. These are important roles and tasks that lead us to think on how to distribute the richness in the world. There are two themes. I believe that in this debate we have to consider the territory cities. We have to incorporate this multilateralism to the cities, and then we're talking about urbanized world. More than 75% of the population are in the cities, mega cities in many occasions, and Asia, Africa, and in this projection of this 8 million souls, and in 2050 we're going to be more than 10 billion people. We have to eat and we have to live and we have to do our daily things, and this will lead us to do changes like structural changes. And we know that we already talked about this, but I'd like to bring this to the table. The territory and lifestyle is important, and I'd like to ask too about the what possibilities we have to transit in this world of uncertainties. What we have here, I'd like to give the floor to Leticia so that she can, as a specialist, talk about climate changes, sustainable development, sovereignty, food security, and the necessary needs. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation, for being here. I will do, I will bring a more ample context. First of all, to the points that you mentioned, I believe that we have to recognize it's not to not being optimistic, but we have a serious situation. We have a crisis situation. The pressure on the ecosystem and cities is getting higher and higher. We have 8 billion inhabitants. 60% live in Asia. We know Africa is the place where we have the bigger growth. We have right now, we are we are destroying ecosystem in a very fast speed. 26% of the population has less than 5 years of age, 15 years of age. This is a problem of justice, intergenerational justice. 26% of the population will have to face problems that are very serious in many aspects. Due to this crisis also, there are pressures with regards to inequalities that is growing, that has grown in the past 30 years. As I mentioned, unprecedented in countries that were already unequal, but in also in countries that were more equitable, like in the north of Europe. But in Latin America, it had happened. th- the Latin America has the with more natural resources, more water, but it's also is the, the continent where we had the worst social inequities. We understand that it's the region that produces more food than consumes. This is due to the ecosystems, and Latin America produces food that has high costs and to the environment, like soy and meat. However, it imports more than 50% of the grains. There is an insertion subordinated to the global market in which there is a small gain and we lose a lot and the nature loses a lot. And the inequality and social problems and poverty are huge in Latin America. I'd like to give four messages here. One is that we are in condition close to the collapse. The Center of Resilience in Stockholm says it has proposed a scheme that is frontiers of the planet where it recognize the collapse of the matrix of life. We are losing species in a rate that is inevitable. The major part of the carbon of the world is escaping, and the cycles of nitrogen and phosphorus in the sea and sweet waters and the pollution in waters with chemical elements and plastic problems, other problems there's not seen in the climate. They are getting closer to a problem that is point of no return. The other thing is that we have a problem. We got to a point of profound inequality in terms of environment. In terms of food, we have food systems captured by companies. We have 190,000 million with food insecurity, a huge number of children with obesity. In Mexico, 80% of the food are controlled by companies and corporations. It's not a matter of quantity, but the how it's produced and how it's distributed. In terms of energy, also the consumption of energy added due to the energy wars, but the consumption of per capita is 17 times higher than subsistence. Also, food and energetic consumption. It is a matter of failure from one side and needed from the other. In Europe, in the United States and Japan, they consume 20% and 80% to 80%. They consume 80% of the energy produced in the world. When you have Africa, Central America, and Asia, you have a poverty in terms of energy. It is important to recognize that if you want to build solutions, also the inequality in environment is in terms of vulnerability, environmental vulnerability. Latin America and other countries are more exposed to the climate changes, also to contamination. The mining zones in Mexico and also other mining areas, we have a huge number of children with problems in growing development that is 5 times higher than in other countries. Also, in other problems, the this inequality in terms of influence in the policy changes in policy making. Cap the caption of policies. Mexico, we managed to have concessions for 2 years, but it was not the communities that were affected by the mining that was responsible for this participation. They didn't really have a voice on that. Not all of us are responsible for the collapse of the life, but a few corporations. We have to have coherence in the practices, but not closing, not eating. It's not the problem. We cannot say that it's our consumption of water and food. It's due to the use by this corporation. Also, the presence of crime, the control, extraction, product exploitation activities. For example, 40% of the production of avocado is in the hands of criminal organizations in Mexico, and it's avocado that is consumed in the United States. And the protectors of environment of the rural areas, they have a bigger number of assassinations of these protectors of environment in Mexico. Also, we have to recognize these inequalities, the rights, failures of governance, problematize extractivism, and have a focus on the common areas, strengthen local communities in rural areas and the cities. Thank you. Thank you, Leticia. Uh, Now I give the floor to Eduardo on to talk about juridical benchmarks, environmental fights, energetic fights. Effectively, we're gonna we're gonna talk about transitions and energetic, where Pedro mentioned about the new geopolitics. Well, we're gonna have this mineral material, nickel, etc. Materials. There are necessary components for this future of transitions to green energy, motors that will be necessary. And then there will be a dispute that we see already in the territories, and it's here at the table. Well, where are we going? What we gonna how we gonna think about these impacts that's gonna happen? So I'm gonna bring back the theme of the territory that you mentioned. So Eduardo, buenos dias. Thank you, first of all, for the organization of this event, and also I'd like to thank for the introduction and for your words. Sovereignty. What does it mean? The capacity to establish our competence. Let's talk about sovereignty in terms of food and energy. I believe there is nothing more graphic to make it evident than to talk about the normative and the real world. Think about a slide on the Human Declaration rights, the Human Rights Declaration. On the bottom of the slides, we see a child dead by malnutrition. If a social scientist is asked if this child is really has their rights, they will tell us to read the letter of the universal rights, where it says that nobody should have the right to food denied. But This will not deny them the death of malnutrition. When we think about children, we think about our children, and that's why we should dedicate our efforts. So, facing this slide that I'm asking you to think about with a graphic uh, about food and energy safety, we think about the importance of preserving the peace, not only as the absence of war, but the acceptance of the needs as food, energy, communication, knowledge, everything is in the basis, and above all, the equity. And another element that is essential is democracy. I do not believe that there is something that will allow us to reach peace that it's not democracy, not only the internal local democracy, but together with the international community. As it was put in the previous speech, especially with Mr. Zapatero, we are broken facing this democracy with a modest peace. And I believe that it should be one of the main goals, one of the main demands that we should have. We should have a chain of transmission of peace where the sovereignty guarantees the transmission of peace and energy. There is a resolution on human rights with regards to pandemics. We had to have a pandemic so that we could have a document of such importance that goes beyond the indication of assets, of important assets that are fundamental for human life. It brings the huge inequality that exists in the richest continent in terms of natural resources, which is the American continent. They have water, they have minerals, they have natural resources, tungsten, silicon, silicium, I don't know. However, we have the most unequal continent. They were not able to lead their population to a level of equality. And within these specialists of the European group, there is a reflection through these elements. Well, the first one is the external debt that drains the countries of the American continent. And the second is the taxes on richness, a better redistribution of richness so that they can face the pandemic. And what is the most important of all, so that they could enjoy all this package of economic and cultural, and now we add economic aspects, is essential to have these rights to face situations of catastrophes and pandemics as the one we had with COVID 19. And this is where we see the recommendations. First of all, suspend the payment of external debt. The second one, taxes for the redistribution of richness. I'm going to talk about the external debt, which is something that is part of my thoughts for many years now. It's unthinkable that the third world is still harassed for the payment of debts when the other countries, the richest countries, took all the rich from the minerals and everything from the poor countries. So I think we should just eliminate the debt, the external debt. This should be just fair. This would be the real fairness. But we see that there is another face of this external debt, that is the evasion of capitals, that if at least in Argentina is even above the external debt that drains us. And where these capitals is going? Their interests are going to the fiscal paradises. In 2016, reminding our colleagues from NUNFPA, I mentioned in an international forum in Ecuador when we had already a change in government. Where is that? UNASUR did not mention to did not was not able to respond to this. And I say that, but complaining, but also with intellectual honesty. They said that um, they did not have legs to guarantee and to avoid this outflow of capital and it ends up punishing the persons who suffer from this capital outflow. This is why in institutions regain initiatives, maybe not with an international partnership, because we cannot mention.
In the South American continent, we should be working to start facing this situation so that we can have the food sovereignty of our people and energy sovereignty. Because without that, we won't have an actual equality. If we have legal and abstract equality is one thing, but another thing is concrete equality. So how can we leave this such hard crossroads that we're in? That the South American continent produces the biggest amount of food for the whole world. Argentina produces almost 400 million tons of food per year. But we have around 50% of poverty, and the majority of this poverty is inciting on children. And this really affects their development and their future. So we need to have some kind of criteria. Why does this happen? Because we're not the owners of our wealth and natural resources. We're subjects of private appropriation. And this is an unthinkable unfairness. The international pacts of the United Nations should be the largest support for an action program to establish this set of political, cultural, and economic rights. You should have the right for free self determination of people and economic independence, and the freedom and the ownership of the people, not of the states, not of the countries, of the peoples of the wealth that's on their territories. This is the action program. This ownership that is imposed by the two largest norms that we have, the two imperatives in terms of human rights, which encompasses the set of nations and the United Nations. This should be the starting point for our actions because in the regulatory world, normative world, when we're bringing these premises, we should bring these premises to the peoples of Latin America and Africa. This is very important because we are still in a system in which property is a commodity, food is a commodity, health is a commodity, and we need to transform them into human rights. That they are things that people need, needs that need to be satisfied through the resources and the social structures. This is the only way for us to be able to leave this situation of dependence, of regression, and of exploitation that's suffered by our continent. And we know that it's not just about paying our external debt. We can't let peripheral peoples to be suffocated by these loans and by these exploitative credits. You think about what happens with interest rates, patents, these things that make us pay 3 or 4 times more than the fair value that things have. So that's what I'd like to bring as far as my thoughts go on this topic based on, well, trying to respect these 10 minutes that I have. What I want to say is that we need to overcome this commodified and financialized capitalism that only cares about accumulating capitals and quick circulation of capital so that we can go towards a world of human rights that has as its political and social philosophy the accomplishment of rights. Let's leave the world of norms and rather use norms as levers to transform reality. This should be our ideal. And it's like some philosophers have said about worldview. We need to be committed to philosophies that are committed to human rights. We're not just trying to write new charters. No, we want to actually officialize the commitments that were made over 50 years ago in the international system in relation to human rights. We need to advance with a lot of commitment and with a lot of strength. Thank you so much, Eduardo. You bring us a lot of structural challenges, themes which are very important for our debate. You can see this approach of human rights and the true usage of pre-existing norms. I don't know if I know how to say your name correctly. Asraf Ali, you represent a very important institution, an important reference, the OECD, especially for the academic world. We want to know your reflections on development, the relationship between countries and territories. I think it's very going to be very interesting to hear your perspective and also to hear your recommendations and solutions in relation to the food safety security. So if you allow me, I'll be speaking in English.
The CAF team for organizing such a great event already with great speakers and my colleagues also, and also the UNCTAD colleague for opening this session. I just wanted first to start off with telling a little bit about the OECD as an organization because it's not familiar to everybody. And then I will dig into the green transition and the challenges we have there. And I already can tell you that I'm pretty optimistic by nature. But let me start first telling something about the OECD. The OECD was established after the Second World War to administer and to channel the Marshall help from the United States and Canada to the European Union. And now already for 60 years, it serves as a platform for governments to negotiate with each other, to discuss for better policies, for better lives, basically. We have now 38 members. We are in the process of new accession countries. Brazil is one of the countries which is going into the accession. We have Mexico, Colombia, Chile, and Costa Rica in this Latin American continent who are members of the OECD. And we are an organization which basically makes evidence-based policy making. We have big teams in Paris who do data research, who gather data together, to present to governments, but also to civil society to make basically better policies. We've been internationally recognized for standard setting on anti-corruption, on responsible business conduct, on also environment. I will of course talk also on environment and the green transition of this. Very briefly about the Istanbul Center, which is an exciting new forum established by the OECD. It's the first regional hub of the OECD outside of its headquarters to serve as a regional platform to connect the various regions around the globe to work on policy with different governments and also stakeholders. We work with countries in Eastern Europe, Latin America, MENA, Central Asia, and Southeast Asia. So I've been appointed a year ago now, and we've already had quite some interesting and good events where we offer a forum where various participants from around the globe come and discuss urgent matters, for example, climate. We recently had various participations from the Central Eastern part of the world to discuss with us the challenges on climate. So for me, for my center, the climate issue is one of the priorities, and I will go deeper into that issue now together with this team. We all know that in 2015 the Paris Agreement was a milestone where 190 countries came together to set goals to confront the climate challenges. Basically, the Paris Agreement consists of three very important pillars: adaptation, mitigation, and finance. I will go a little bit deeper into those issues. When we talk about mitigation and adaptation, one very important issue is the renewable energies. Why? The green transition basically is the transformation of our economic system to a decarbonized system, which is a very complicated operation because the fuel industry and the fossil fuel is a very important part of our daily lives. Everything we do as human beings is linked to the fossil fuel. So we have to set into motion these new policies where we decarbonize our economies, and that's a very complicated operation. I'll give you some data which is also gathered by the OECD. When we talk, for example, about renewable energy, which is a very important element on the decarbonization, in 2010, 10% was renewable energy globally. Now, in 2022, we moved to 33%, which in itself is quite a big achievement, but we're still not there. It's an increase of 23%, which is positive, but we still have to do a lot to move into this decarbonized world. But there are some very positive examples, and you will find them on this continent in Latin America. For example, Brazil and Colombia both have 2/3 of their renewable energy as a country globally, which is a very high percentage. For example, if you compare it with the European Union, 43%, Turkey, 42%, and China, 31%, below the international average. So when we talk about this green renewable energy, to attain that level of green renewable energy, you also have to invest in the educational systems and in the job creation. And there also, we've seen some very interesting figures when we look to Latin America. When we look at new green jobs, which basically replace the fossil fuel jobs, the old, let's say, polluting jobs, we see that, for example, China is leading the international efforts on renewable jobs. 5.3 million jobs are created in China in the renewable energy sector, which is impressive. After that, Brazil comes as a country with 1.3 million new jobs in the green energy, which is also very impressive. It's the second country when we look to this renewable energy. If you compare it with the European Union, it's only 1.2 million. So there, for example, Brazil is leading the way. Also for Colombia, for example, there's 250,000 new green jobs in Colombia. If you compare that with Spain, for example, which has 109,000 new green jobs. So this is a very important element for the decarbonization of our economies when we talk about renewable energies. Another issue which is extremely important, obviously, is when we talk about emissions, the worldwide emissions. There we all know that the big economies are the biggest emitters, the biggest polluters. China, the United States, the European Union, India, and Japan, these countries alone account for 67% of the CO2 emissions worldwide. That is huge. If we translate these numbers to the per capita number, so we know the per capita emissions, we see that the United States is leading with 14 tons per capita emissions. The Netherlands, my own country, 8.5 tons. The European Union, 6.2. Globally, the emissions are 4.8 tons. There again, we see a very interesting movement in the Latin American countries. Brazil, 2.7, Colombia, 1.5. So you basically see that the biggest polluters are in the developing world, with huge margins and differences. So you see these big differences between the different countries, between developing and developed countries. But also within countries, we see huge differences when it comes to emissions. There we go, I go to the United States. The top richest layers of the United States have a 55-ton CO2 emissions per capita, which is huge. It's almost 20 times more than Brazilians. The European Union, the top 10%, emits 24 tonnelets CO2. So basically, when we're talking about the green transition and the action which has to be taken, it is the richest 10% of the developing country which has to take action when we want to confront the greenhouse gas emissions and this green transition. Then I want to zoom in also on two sectors which are big emissioners of the greenhouse gases. The first one is the transport sector, which accounts approximately for 25% of the greenhouse gases emissions. There, luckily, in the transport section, you see internationally movement to decarbonize the transport section in a quite quick pace. And there again, you see examples in Latin America where they do a better job than compared with other parts of the world, which is also very interesting to see. Then when we come to the agricultural domain, we see that the agriculture accounts for around 23% of the greenhouse gases, and it's a very complicated sector, basically. It is maybe the only sector which is not making any, which lags behind climate commitments internationally. And that is strange, because the agricultural sector is very vulnerable to the climate change directly. But it's also the major source of the greenhouse gas emissions. So we have also, by gathering these data and comparing data between different countries in the agricultural sector, we have to come to what they call a climate-smart agriculture, and that we can do by making smart policies as well. I mentioned to you that one of the important elements of the Paris Agreement was adaptation and mitigation, but to achieve these two very important components, you need financing. And let me zoom a little bit into the financing dilemma we have. The signatories of the Paris Agreement agreed with each other that they would put $100 billion every year on the table to help the developing countries with their climate agenda. In 2016, they barely made it to 58 billion, so less than 60%. So basically, the developing country is not putting the money where their mouths is. So now the OECD just calculated in 2020, that's the latest data we have, we now achieved $83 billion yearly in financial aid to the developing countries on the climate agenda. We're still not there, and I think it's very important that we keep on measuring the amounts so that we keep these countries who promised it accountable for their international assistance. One positive element on financing is that we see that for the first time this year, the international investments in the green energy and in the renewable energy is at the same level as in the investments of the old fossil industry. So I think that's a very positive remark. I wanted to conclude with four remarks when we look to the climate agenda, and I will also bring it a little bit to my personal experience as the head of the OECD Istanbul Center, but also as a former member of parliament in the Netherlands. And yesterday my colleague Petra Stine, who is a senator in the Netherlands, mentioned the two very important words, hope, and also the difference you can make as an individual. I want to echo that as well, because when we talk about the green transition, it is us all here together also in the room who can make at the end a small difference. The issue which is very important when we talk about the green transition, it's the, you mentioned it also, it's the poverty gap. We have to take big parts of our population on this green transition. The green transition has to be just and inclusive. We cannot demand people in developing countries, but also in developed countries, to do a big investment of small salaries on the green transition. For a lot of poor people, a big portion of their salary or income already goes to their daily lives. So we have to make it inclusive and just, the transition. That's a very important message, I think. Second point which I wanted to make is also the difference when it comes to the green transition between the developing countries and the developed countries. You hear quite often the developed countries teaching the developing countries what to do, but actually the data shows that quite of these developing countries are doing a very good job. When we talk about renewable energies, they're much more further. When we're talking about green jobs, Brazil, I just mentioned it, they're doing much better than, for example, the continent where I come from, Europe. The third point I want to make, and I think also Mr. Moreno mentioned it, and I want to echo that, the multilateral cooperation and strengthening the multilateral organizations is key, because we do play a very important role in this just transition and in this inclusive transition. And it's for my organization also, I think, very important to be this player internationally, to gather the data in a manner that it can be used internationally to make a fair transition when we talk about climate change. Then my last point is a personal point which I had to confront with when I was a member of parliament. You see these days that the debate, wherever you go, whether it's in Brazil or in Europe and the United States, is very polarized, left against right. And I think we have to start also all together working on bridging the differences. And really we have to make an effort. And we have to do that in a manner by telling our own story. I think it is, when I was in Parliament also, I was always trying to work together with the left part of Parliament, the right part of Parliament, bring people together, always on the basis of, for example, good data, and say, let's confront these solutions together. And I think this particular subject, the green transition, because it's such an important element for the survival of this planet, we have to create these bridges between different political parties, between different political groups, between the farmers, between the ecologists. We have to make sure also that there's participation from the business community, from the civil society, from government agencies. We have to make it inclusive. I think that's a very important call I do. Let's try not to polarize the debate also when it comes to climate, because it's our common planet. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arad. Obrigado, gracias. Bueno, yo diría...
I think we have many themes, and it's part of the diagnosis that we all share. We really, there are very structural challenges that we have, but I would like to make the round now to go through very concrete things, identification of actors that convoke us to find solutions. I'll then try to, with different aspects that raised here, but bring back an issue that Pedro brought that is related to, okay, without commerce, let's increase our lives. We have to have a view with regards to this rule, how to articulate the sovereignty, guarantee energetic sovereignty and energetic security and food security. Again, bringing back the concrete issues, the challenges on territory, the citizenship participation, improve citizenship, bring citizenship, concrete initiatives to go through the structural benchmarks, include the protagonism of citizenship. With the okay of Manuela, I'm going to talk about something that we didn't mention. In the city of Madrid, Manuela had an idea, and I'm going to say something about, you commented, General Library of Gastronomy. There would be a study center on hunger that had incorporated and include this vision that you already mentioned here, as hunger increased the last years, and it's something that in this year, when we produce more, double of what we need for 8 billion of souls that we have in this planet, what can we do in concrete? And the idea is this: how in a city our children from the very early ages teach how to cook, how to see how we cook, how we eat, and how we cook can lead us to a different life from the early childhood. Understand where the food comes from, how to cook. It would be a change in our life, because the food systems and commercial systems, production systems, they are all based on this, and the dimensions are very big. I bring this example to say, let's do things. We have to work on something concrete with regards to, well, I'll give the floor about the energetic transition. The cities are responsible for 70% of emissions. We dialogue with municipalities and territories to incorporate all the agendas, all the objectives of the Sustainable Development Goals, the agreements COP Paris. But we have to put cities to talk about energetic mobility, efficiency, and the houses. Let's do it, and then incorporate the local sovereignty and citizenship in other communities as well. And then I conclude here in how we articulate urban and rural worlds. In our cases in Europe, but it will come to Latin America as well, because populations are leaving the fields, the rural areas, and this transition is also happening in the fertile fields, and all these issues that we have to deal with territories and the actors. If you have a concrete experience to this concrete cases, I know it's 3 or 4 minutes for each one. Thank you. So another thing that I'd like to say is that we have to move in different scales. Global and national are different, of course, but in concrete case, my community is the Autonomous University of Mexico with 450,000 people. It's not Madrid, but it's a small city, because we are working with youngsters. What we're doing with regards to food is promote small circuits. We make a market, university market, where we sell corn from local producers from the Mexico City. They are doing a hero job by staying at the rural area, producing white corn and facing several challenges. And we do have this market every Friday and we make our best to show, present these producers, and they inform how they produce and the problems they face. And then we take children to know the places where the food is produced, to to improve the quality of the food and improve the quality of communication between children and the producers. And also it is important, going to a more level or North American level, that the commerce is regulated, so that the avocado problem is regulated. That is not a criminal avocado, that is not produced at the cost of the forest destruction. The center of Mexico, 30% of the forest disappeared. We cannot allow that. We cannot get to a Super Bowl of guacamole that's stained with blood of the forests. The same thing happens to the beer. We cannot sell beer to other countries without by leaving the country or the world without water. We have to count the costs for the environment, for the production of the products. This thing related to the avocado is a huge problem, but my small community, we're trying to do that. With regards to the energy, we see the energy in different schools and university where the students live, so that they can take the ideas to their communities. Chemistry consume 3 times of the social students, so they have a more conscience in the practice. I believe that energetic transition in Mexico still didn't go to the fields, but it cannot be at the cost of indigenous population or the production. We had a lot of problem in Oaxaca with energetic consumption. I don't see a problem with regards to this, but there is a environmental problem as well. I believe there's something that have to reduce the consumption of this 10%. Without energetic transition, we have to have an increase of options, and do not only think that installing new generators in indigenous areas, territories. We cannot do that. We cannot repeat the same patterns. We have to move in the territories and other scales. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I think to work together also with my team in Istanbul, because we are offering a regional platform. And what I like about my job is we get people from different regions and they come together in Istanbul and they learn from each other, from the good practices we have. So you just mentioned the mayor of Madrid and the policies she makes. When you look to certain mayors internationally, what they do on the green transition, it is impressive. And because they do it at this level of cities, it translates automatically also to the national level, certainly. So for example, the use in cities of more bike lanes, less cars, more public transport, more green parks. So all these kind of things, you don't need to have a national government to do that. You can do that on a mayor's level, in a small city, in a big city. And then the good thing is when these mayors come together internationally and share with each other these ideas, it has an international impact also. Then you make the difference. I just mentioned also the issue of jobs. It's very impressive to see that certain countries, including Brazil, have this high number of new green jobs, 1.3 million. That is impressive. But how do you get to these jobs? You need also to adapt your educational system. So that means that in the beginning of the chain, you already have to invest in your educational systems so that young people can be trained and educated in this new economy. Because to be decarbonized, it means we have to get rid of this addiction of us to fossil fuels. And the economy is dominated by fossil fuels. So we have to also create a new generation of young people, and not only academic university degree people, also vocational educational training people, so that they, from the ground on, can create this new economic system, so that we have a healthy, just, and inclusive green transition. But I think actually what you mentioned, and I should have taken note of it, having these ideas by mayors of little cities, mayors of big cities, but also by companies, because there's a lot of companies come with new innovative ideas, and the participation of the broader public makes us advance on the green energy. Thank you.
Bueno, querría hacer
I'd like to make some collaborations with this action program. I believe that our main concern is that we are very happy and rich with a debate talking about realities that we didn't really value in an integral manner, but evidently we have to find a way to bring these debates to a disseminate and more debates in a more universal manner. We cannot just be happy with what we had here among us, with what we had here, but we have to move forward. So my suggestion as Common Action Forum, together with the direction, is that apart from disseminating the contents of this event, there might be a declaration that put together some aspects. I believe that the main concern for the world peace is one of them, and evidently we have to guarantee. I know that looks like an utopia, but we cannot keep living in a world that's so unsafe. We are at the border, at the deadline of a safety. We'd never think, there will be a nuclear missile, but it might happen. But we can happen to build a conscience that this disarming would be a great principle to gain peace. As I mentioned in the beginning, the peace is not only the absence of war, but it's a state of social happiness and satisfaction of needs to guarantee the most vulnerable areas of our planet to avoid the need of migrations, forced migrations, avoid the genocide, the silent genocide. Hunger kills every 2 years the same number of people who died at the Second World War. We have to fight, we have to put a dissemination campaign because this is part of the peace gaining. With regards to the democracy, I believe that we are in a situation that is very critical now. The growth of the external right, a violent right, that is not that does not avoid force or violence at anywhere, such as happened in Bolivia and Brazil, assassinating Argentina's vice president, hearing politicians that talk about destroying central banks, dollarize everything, make one only currency. They keep talking about this. We would have to finish or at least fight against this new insecurity doctrine. On the 70s, we had this, and we had the perverse practice of disappearance of people. But now, the judicial persecution to the progressists, the democratic, the popular, this is a new form of annihilate the person. It's not as cruel of the forced disappearance, but it is destructive as well, and it really forces to it impedes democracy, and it promotes the lawfare. And we have to sanction not only judges who prosecutes without basis, but also the medias that disseminate not misinformation, that they're not legally based, but only in fiction of reports that are not related to facts, present, past, or future. Well, with regard to this, we have to help to solve the convention of forced disappearance of people that we worked on for 20 years to guarantee the consecration really helped to avoid the forced disappearance of people. In the same path we have to walk now to deconstruct the lawfare that is destroying the American continent. I'm not talking about other countries, but I see parallel actions to this as well. I believe that energetic security plan, we have to think of a change of paradigm. And it is called Green Project. I don't have anything against this expression, but I'd like to be more ample and think that we have to get out of the anthropocentrism, where man is the center of everything, but to go to the bio, where the nature and life determines the social relations and productive relations. I believe their original populations have a great lesson to teach us. They have codes to the nature. There are institutions that that have nature as subject to rights. I believe that this is the right to guarantee exploitation that is not of destructive exploitation of nature. Our planet is at risk to disappear. With this, our species, human beings, are about to disappear as well. Adding all these ideas, a declaration that circulated as a massive way would be a contribution, the more sensitive way to show the risks and the resources that we have. So I'd like to ask your authorities to take the initiatives to disseminate the contents as well of this event, of this Congress, to have a call to have as first destinations the ones that are in the United Nations, and then regional organizations, and then countries and populations who know there are voices that are calling for the preservation of life and preservation of the planet Earth where we live. Thank you. I think we are already beyond our time. I don't know, Pedro or public, if anybody wants to say anything with everything that's been said. I don't know if anybody wants to say anything. Any comment, any reaction? So next panel, there is a lot of content. Thank you very much.
We have now 10 minutes break. Bom dia, dando seguimento ao Common Action Forum 2023, vamos...
Good morning. Let's open the sixth session titled Keeping the World Below Positive Change of 1.5 Degree, a Vision from the Global South. To do the first observations and the opening seminar, I'd like to invite to the stage Efraim Gualahama. Please come to the stage. Efraim is the General Director of the Regional Mechanisms for the Ministry of Foreign Relations of Mexico.
Muchas gracias. Rafa, gracias.
Thank you very much, Rafa and Common Action Forum, for the invitation. I'm representing Alicia Barce, who couldn't make it here because she was on a trip to Washington, but she asked me to send you warm regards, and I think this is an opportunity to think about the great challenges that we have from a regional point of view, so that we can, well, I think we can face this as a block, which is the great advantage that we have as Latin America and the Caribbean. So what were the lessons we learned from the pandemic to the Latin American Caribbean? Well, first and foremost, it showed that our health systems are very damaged. They have many inefficiencies and they can't satisfy the demands we have in the region. And something else is that the countries that counted on the largest capacities and more resources did not have solidarity with the global south. We saw that some countries even started to use their medical inputs and vaccines to people who are not in risk populations before allowing vaccines to reach vulnerable populations in Latin America and the Caribbean, or our doctors or nurses, for instance. So we have the great lesson that the developed countries have very little solidarity with regions that have the largest vulnerabilities. Latin America paid this with deaths. They paid for these nationalist policies with dead bodies. We could see this with Trump's administration in the United States. They closed their borders for exports. So we realized that Latin America is alone and very vulnerable to great crises of the world. And despite the fact that the pandemic is already basically overcome, in the sense that our populations and governments have learned to live with this new disease, we still haven't been able to change this vulnerability that our countries live in. Also, something that's very important is that multilateralism failed. The large multilateral initiatives were basically bombed and destroyed by the powers because they thought of themselves first before trying to coordinate global solutions to global problems. And in relation to our hemisphere of Latin America and Caribbean, we have great examples of multilateral organisms that had problems in their agendas. Well, the OAS, for instance, was discussing the president of Venezuela instead of looking at the needs that we all had as countries in the region in relation to the pandemic. So I think it's very clear what the next crisis will be. Well, if we all know, or at least if everything goes well, we know what the next crisis will be. If another huge crisis doesn't show up in the meantime, is climate change. And this is, well, we have time to prepare ourselves, and climate change is changing everything in human life. And if we don't take urgent measures, there will be even more. It's going to impact the very basis of our civilizations. We're going to have more migration flows. We're going to have damages to health systems. We're going to have water scarcity. We're going to have increase in diseases. And this isn't something new. What's the new part in relation to climate change are the data that has been cropping up over the last few months. I think we've realized that climate change is not something that's going to happen in 100 or 80 years. It's something that is reaching us in 5 years. It's reaching us now, and we're not doing anything to prepare ourselves. Actually, when you already have historic heat waves throughout the world, right now we have 70 people killed by fires in Hawaii, Mexico. 3 months ago, from Tijuana to Cancun, we had a historic heat wave, and really, we're not doing anything. It seems like we're ignoring the crisis, like we don't want to really measure and realize what the climate change is. And the big countries are taking on very nationalist or even auto-destructive policies. So, for instance, the United States has very aggressive policies in terms of migration. We have buoys in the Bravo River that are drowning migrants, and really, there is no sort of humanistic or solidarity-based view of these challenges that we're going through. I believe that we need to advance in creating coordination between the big powers to change the path that we're in and take the urgent measures that we need to take in relation to climate change. Because, like we said in the last panel, humanity could be reaching its extinction. And we're seeing climate change as oh, it's a priority. You know, let's say fighting corruption or strengthening democracy and fighting climate change. But we're not aware that if we really want humanity to follow its course, we need to make climate change not a priority but a global emergency. Because if the planet can't sustain human life, are we going to equate this issue to anti-corruption? I mean, fight against corruption is great, but we can't fight corruption if we don't have urgent policies that really deal with climate change. We won't be alive to fight corruption. So this issue in Latin America, in the Caribbean, and the global South, I think that Latin America and the Caribbean and Africa are ecological potencies. We have large initiatives such as Lula's initiative of the Amazon Summit, but Latin America and the Caribbean and the global South, we should be the heads of the efforts, of multilateral efforts against climate change. We shouldn't just accept that our regions, which are the regions that pay the most costs but that make the most damages. We make the least damages, but we pay the most costs as our region. So we need to strengthen our regional integration in a much stronger way. We need to set aside summits that only lead to political declarations. We really need to go towards political projects that really meet the problems that we have in our region and in our world. So what can we do? Well, I think that first and foremost, we can advance in strengthening competencies and capacities in our region in the most urgent issues that we have to face for our populations. So we have some examples that we already mentioned in 2020, 2021, when Mexico was the head of the Latin American and Caribbean states communities, when we realized of the great deficiencies that we have in our health systems. And the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, when the Chancellor of Mexico was the Executive Secretariat, we had two projects. One, the Health Self-Sustainability Plan, which is a project that establishes a recipe to strengthen our supply chains of production and distribution of medication with the technical support of the UN. And the regulation theme also cost us lives. We had countries that received donated vaccines but couldn't apply them because they didn't have sanitary agencies, health agencies that were strong enough to actually apply them. And so Mexico, Colombia, and Cuba are working together to design and constitute a regional agency of medications, a Latin American medication agency. This, of course, won't be of benefit to Colombia, Cuba, Mexico, and Brazil, which actually are the countries that have the technical capacity to do so, but actually to benefit the 27 other countries in the region that don't have solid health regulation agencies. Something else that we designed was the Climate Adaptation Change for Latin America and the Caribbean. This was a fund that seeks to promote projects for climate adaptation with technical support from the United Nations that they were presenting as a tool to receive the green funds that the developed countries have committed to giving us for some years, but unfortunately, which we have not seen in nearly enough value as they promised. And so we also need to strengthen the multilateral system based on a reconfiguration of our priorities. I believe that we are being guided by the priorities of the developed countries when in fact we have huge problems in the global south, and that they're trying we're actually incrementing these big problems instead of facing them in relation to the climate issues. We need to protect the operational capacity of technical institutions. We saw how the Trump administration had a completely adverse action against technical institutions, the multilateral institutions such as the World Health Organization or the Paris Agreement. So I believe that the global south and our region need to strengthen these institutions. In third place, in a very important manner, I would like to say that Eduardo Balseta, we need to think about the financial system. We need to reconfigure the international financial system. We need to really recreate the global financial architecture. Why? We need completely sustainable criteria. We see the IMF trying to impose austerity on all our countries, but what we need is sustainable policies. And President Petro, for instance, for Colombia, wants wants the ecological environmental services that countries perform to be recognized. We give very important environmental services to the world in the Latin America, and this needs to be recognized. We need to recognize these services and fund these services so that our countries aren't forced to destroy our ecosystems to be able to survive. All of this is a reconfiguration of what we've brought, of what we should do to the financial system. And this, we should look at climate change as a global emergency. Just like our country saw the pandemic as a global emergency, we should think of the same as far as climate change, not as a priority, but as an emergency. And so in the beginning I said that Latin America was alone and it's vulnerable. Well, we are alone, but we're amongst ourselves. We in Latin America and the Caribbean, we have 3 countries which are a part of G20. We are not a region that doesn't have any sort of power. We actually need to gather and unite to establish these points and to give voice to these regional priorities. We've already mentioned the issues of the resources of Latin America and the Caribbean, and this gives us a comparative advantage, which is very important at the global level. And we have the historical responsibility to join our efforts and to actually execute concrete solutions in benefit of our people. Thank you very much. Continuing our panel for the discussions, I now like to invite Silvia Siqueira, who is a journalist, activist, and a specialist in anti-racism and ecofeminism in Brazil. Silvia, please come to the stage. I'm going to invite everyone to the stage together. We also have Abrilio Gonçalves, the General Secretary of the General International Union of Socialist Youth. I'd also like to invite Erika Yanko, who is a congresswoman and activist from Chile. Thank you, Erika. And also, she's also Mapuche. I think it's very important to mention this, right, Erika? And also João Afonso Zavattini, an academic, a professor, and a climate scientist from the State University of São Paulo and Federal University of Santa Catarina. Good morning, everyone. It's different to be here on top of the stage after 2 days, listening and learning a lot from all of you. This panel makes us very happy. I'd like to thank Kafi for idealizing the seminar. It's important to bring people from different places, but with different points of view, to be able to enter dialogue about such a crucial topic at a moment when we need to transform the world more than ever. I'd like to congratulate Rafael. Thank you so much for the invitation, and I'm very happy to be here in this sort of half moon formation with Coca. I'm already feeling closer to you, so I'll call you Coca. Professor João, Bruno as well. I told Bruno not so long ago that I was born with Yuzi, being as an activist in these spaces. And without further ado, I heard the 5 previous panels with a lot of care, the first one today and all the ones yesterday, all the opening speeches, and I believe that we've been called here at this moment, Bruno, to this sort of sew together the different dialogues from these previous days and to try and demonstrate a path ahead of us. When we're talking about keeping climate change below 1.5 degrees, this creates a lot of unrest inside of us because the emergency is already here. It won't come. It's not something in the future. It's here in the present. But at the same time, our populations, black populations, Afro-descendant populations, indigenous people, vulnerable populations already live this emergency for a long time. We're living in a state of emergency. So to call the climate crisis an emergency, well, I think it's also a way for us to say that we're at a moment when we have different crises flowing together and different emergencies. We need to talk about climate justice, we need to talk about ethnic, racial justice, socioeconomic justice, environmental justice, and so many others that are structural in our society. And what's interesting by listening carefully to Ephraim is that and also in the previous panel when they were talking about the need to adopt new paradigms, is that the crisis that we're in was built in a silent way during the past few centuries because of the adoption of a given model of society, of a colonial extractivist economy. It's even extractivist of our bodies without recognition and with the destruction of our cultures, of our ways of taking care of nature, of creating relationships between people and between beings. And I think it's very important for us to begin in that note because keeping climate warming below 1.5 or creating new paradigms and paths ahead of us, this will take a lot of effort on our part to realize how much the development model in the world, which made it so that the economies in Latin America, for instance, are strictly focused on or strictly based on the extraction of resources and on primary products, and in an economy that doesn't actually create a lot of services. It's not an economy based on technology. It's an economy that sustains the country but keeps wealth at the north and builds wealth for the north. And it's very important for us to talk about this because more than ever, and it's a pleasure to be here with Congresswoman Erica, black and indigenous women are the engine behind this transition. It is through our bodies, together with academia and with people committed to the struggle, with the youth, that we have brought about new points of view and even new concepts, a new perspective to understand this concept, really. And in this path, when we're talking about socio-ecological transformation, we have in Latin America a lot of women who are being elected and who are facing the energy transition debate or the socio-ecological transition in parliament. So one of them is Erica here with us. And I'd like to start with you, Erica. Here in Latin America, we've been talking about the urgency of building a transition pact which may promote climate justice with historical reparations, with socio-economical reparations, and which doesn't just adopt models or ways of thinking from the North, that we may be able to build a model based on the Global South. And we know that in the legislative, it will be necessary to build a lot of laws to update environmental legislation, to update education, to job creation in a perspective of creating a new society. I wanted to hear from you. How is your work going with the new government? Remembering that Gabriel Boric was elected with one platform for the socio-ecological transition, and how much this represents in your day-to-day work.
Thank you, Sylvia. For those who presented in the previous panels as well, this has been a way, a happy way to know other perspectives, other realities, and the works that has been done around the world. With regard to the urgency in the construction of a climate justice pact, I am a representative official. I'm part of the Ample Front and the Democratic Revolution. It's true that we've been working on important thematics related to ecologic and just thematic for a new economic sustainable development that is eco-sustainable. And in Chile, what is in fashion is how we can move from being just exploitation from copper to the forestry development, from the extractivism that we are production of raw material, but to transform the raw material into and to use them to the new technologies. This transition, ecological transition, specifically to the lithium, that is one of the most important elements to keep the new technologies that we have, such as mobile, electrical cars, etc., and the green hydrogens, both are new economical and energetical development elements that would help us to develop into this new just economic system. What happens with these two issues? With regards to lithium, Chile is one of the countries that has the most quantity of lithium, the bigger quantity of lithium. And we have the triangle of lithium, Argentina, Bolivia, and Chile. Since we are all extractivists, we export lithium carbonate, which is the primary element. We have in the region of Atacama, we have the most concentration of lithium, and there we have two big companies where they work with the extraction of lithium. One of them is foreign, from the United States, and the other one is a state-owned company, state-owned and quote unquote, because it's not so much from the state, but it's more of a Codelco, which is the biggest administrator of it all. In this just economic transition, we understand that it all has an environmental impact, together with the communities of indigenous populations and the social impact as well. Everything that we do will have an impact at some point of the world. This is the butterfly effect. And if we think of the activities in extractivism and exportation to countries such as China, which is the country where we sell lithium the most, we see that this will cause an economic impact, a social and political impact as well. And it corresponds to how we're going to develop our economy through policies that will impact the least our environment and generate economic resources that are obviously important. When we think of the development model, economic development model that we have in the world, clearly we are a country in the global south of the third world that delivers the most for the economy, because we deliver the territory where we exploit our resources, we deliver our way of life, our society. We are part of the third world, but we bring the raw material. And it's not only the impact, the economic impact that is in our country, but there is a social lack of protection to our indigenous population. Years ago, they said that there was the exploitation would have an economic impact, but would not have a social impact. But now we see that in the Mapuche community, we have a huge impact, environmental impact to this exploitation, especially with the production of paper. And this is based on a way of work that is exclusively extractivist, as it was mentioned by Leticia, and also we have problems with the avocado as well. So this causes drought, high degree of drought in the communities. Today we have this bottled water, and we think that we can have to drink, because in the Mapuche communities they don't have water anymore. And this is caused by the mining, extractivism. How can we advance with a social system in order to guarantee a balance in all this, I like the term justice because, like sovereignty, it's very used, but it's not very applied in the countries that we live in. But this justice brings an ambivalent concept because justice is not just, and inequality is very present. So, as we are from part of the South, global South, we can transform this justice as something concrete, as something of pertaining. We have to advance in terms of this just economic transition towards the global peace, as Eduardo mentioned in the first panel, to help us advance in the building of a social transition in an equitable way, in a manner that the most vulnerable people are not the one who pay more and suffer more from the impact of the transitions in their own bodies. From this perspective, it's obvious that we need to legislate in this sense, legislate for the most vulnerable. Today, not only in China, but in the whole world, it's very, fashionable to talk about pl- plain earth, in the extreme uh, right. It's very common, this concept. They are denying the climate changes, such as in Haiti, Hawaii. This earth hurricane, they deny that this is part of the climate changes. It's an impact, it's a result of the human activities. It's not convenient because economy cannot be based on the climate matter, or as humans say, the global evolution, hating. Uh, we move on every day without making the distinction space territory, but there is a distinction that is very clear between the most vulnerable and the richest. The climate changes will always have a better impact to the most vulnerable because the richest are buying places in the moon. They have money, they can pay for places in the space. Yeah. And in Chile, we are in this crossroads. How can we advance in the Congress without this climate negationism can take place and take place concretely? How can we legislate to guarantee the rights of the most vulnerable? I believe then that we can take initiatives that help globally and put pressure in these international communities for an internal domestic legislation in our countries. I believe that legislation for the use of plastics, for example, we have 7 islands of plastic. One of them is very big, that is in our country, as Rapa Nui, that is also Nile, as known as Easter Island. It was an indigenous island, but it's now it's in the south of Pacific, and it's damaged by the plastics. And now we have microplastics in our bodies. We're eating products from the oceans, and they have microplastic products. In Chile, we had legislation forbidding the use of plastic bags in a way to attack this small impact that is produced, but not only because of plastic bags. The economy does not live only due to plastic bags, but we have small things like this small bottle is of plastic. So how we can advance to legislate so that plastic's not the only thing, but also other products that we that generate an impact in our quality of life. I believe that we have to put regulations to the biggest companies and put limits to the producers of these products. I'm sorry it's redundant, but that leads the market and the global market, the global commerce, because this is the reason why we have so much impact to the others. In the previous panel, it was said it's not due to one person take a shower for less than 5 minutes. It doesn't have a huge impact if the biggest companies are producing with huge amounts of water, if the agro industry, the mining produce with loads and loads of water. So this is the part of the debate that is also working in the moving on the Chile debates. In the previous governments, they said you have to take a shower with less than 5 minutes. Well, for those people who don't even have water to take a shower, they get water from the truck. They have a certain amount of water. They have to choose if they're gonna take a shower or wash the dishes or wash the clothes or feed or have the water for the cattle to drink. They have only a small amount of water, so it doesn't make sense. This type of water in Balaclava, where they always cut the water in the summer. When I was little, the firemen used to bring us water because we didn't have water in the summer. When we talk about drought, we don't notice because for us it's easy to just open the faucet and we have water and we can take showers whenever we want, whenever we wish, and it's easy. But it's not easy for everybody, and it's not far from where I live. Water is a fundamental asset. It's a universal human right. And when you take this universal human right, we are violating this right. So we have to legislate to guarantee and to say, really, the rights for those who do not have water, and to guarantee that those treaties that we signed as states make sure that the state guarantee the rights of those who, for example, do not have water, who do not have food. Hunger is the same thing as lack of water. It's a universal human right. Today we see, obviously, that the impact of climate crisis, the impact of the global problem, the temperature of more than 40 degrees in some places in the earth. 5-10 years ago, it seemed to be unlikely that it would happen, but it's true now. What I believe that we should do as countries that we are part of these states and universal treaties, we have to be conscious, but also disseminate for the communities and pedagogic of the pedagogy of it, that our actions will have an impact, the butterfly effect, because China are producing and they have an impact in the society of Chile and Brazil. What happens in Europe, what happens in Ukraine, it will have an impact on the way we live here. Also, what we see in what we saw in China, with the impact of agrochemicals for the agro industry, the products were increased, and the small producers did not have money to buy those products because the grain is more expensive. Today we have a model of there is not agroecology within the popular sovereignty, but there is not an economic development to sustain an economy of a bigger population. So in this social impacts also we have to put the limits that show that these big industries or these big companies and their production and their products that are they have to adjust to international regulations, and that would make an impact for us in a positive way. We have to work to guarantee the voices of those who have been producing to sustain their own communities can be heard. The voices of women or regional populations can be heard. I believe that in these moments we are then very late, because talking about climate change is not now. It's not a now issue. Now it's more common to talk about this because we're watching the most immediate impacts, but talk about climate crisis. I remember 20 years ago, the Treaty of Paris, we expected not to increase the temperature in 1.5 degrees. That was 2017. And now we see that in 1 year we're gonna see the temperature less than expected. We expected more than that, but maybe now it's more common to talk about this because we are seeing the impacts, immediate impacts. But to avoid this impact to be even bigger and even harder in the future, we have to work now to prevent this to become even worse. It's never too late, even though we are very late at the moment, but it's not too late. We have to advance in a more justice ecologic transition. It should be an important part of the negotiation of the nations, of the countries, not only of in the global south, but in the whole planet. For us, more immediately, we have to think about focus on the scientific area to be more possible to develop more knowledge, and that the knowledge stay in our countries so that we have more professionals to help prevent this crisis in the climate. Maybe to guarantee that these professionals do not leave the country. And to conclude, I'd like to say that one of the projects that is interesting for us that we can advance in Chile is obviously put a break in those impacts to reduce the gravity of these inequalities and work together to reduce this crisis, the climate crisis that is making it difficult to all of us. Thank you. Thank you, Erica. I believe that you're concluding with already an opening for Professor João. Professor, we usually say that life happens in the cities. This is where we step, we walk. This is where we relate. And most times, these conversations about climatology, extreme events, the issues are more far from the day-to-day of everybody. The language is difficult to understand. Many cities, for example, the construction of the climate action plans, they are happening in very many cities of Latin America. The mayor offices are implementing local plans on rivers, on when they're going up, emergency actions. But in this medium, the university, the academia, as a local of production of information and connection with the communities has an important role. Science has an important role. The IPCC, for example, is an important place to produce knowledge, to guarantee information for the public knowledge, to guarantee better decisions. From your point of view, how can populations and the government have the ownership of the information? How can we move forward more efficiently to guarantee a better care of the territory and the people? I have a bad role here to control the time here, right, Rafael? When when you have 9 minutes, I'm gonna raise my hand, and then you can start concluding, okay? Good morning, everyone. Rafael Reiber, thank you very much for the invitation, and thank you for the ball you passed. I'm gonna try to make my point. Rafael, you're a climatologist. You made a master's in climatology. You worked with this theme that Silvia just sent me. You could be here speaking about this. I thank you once again for your invitation, and I hope I'm not too academic in a global forum of discussion of new ideas. Well, I'll try my best to bring the view that geographic climatology has in Brazil with regards to climate, because if we don't understand what is climate, we won't understand what is climate change, global heating, etc. With the issue that you gave me, starting with the cities, it's classic in our geographic climatology that we separate the scales of work. And what you brought here, this is local and at the most sub-regional of climate analysis. That means it's common to say the local scale of analysis, it diversifies and details, and this is why we have warnings for the resident population. However, we have also a scale that is a regional of analysis, and another one that is zone. The zone is in our community the more generic. To talk about climate and climate change, we have to separate what is global, what is regional, and what is local or sub-regional. For example, to study São Paulo, as it was São Paulo's case, as it was Rafael's case, it's sub-regional because it's a mega city, megalopolis. To contribute the debate, I bring an idea in this lab of ideas that is a Common Action Forum. And I hope that this is fruitful. It's hope that from the day that I started at university until now, it's been 50 years, and I've seen things evolving. We started talking in 1974 of the cooling of the planet Earth, and now we're not talking about cooling, we're talking about heating. And now we have to ask, who provokes, where it happens, and what are the impacts? The role of the geographer by studying the climate, this is his role. We cannot generalize everything, and we cannot be in too much details on what is local for the climates. And in this aspect, to be brief, I might have 7 minutes now. 6? Whoa. It will be difficult of well. So I would say do not work with the average. the average doesn't help anything. In mid 19th century, a German suggested a definition, a climate definition that said the climate was the average state of atmosphere. If we consider the average state of atmosphere, we'd not find anything. And people are still using that to understand climate. Until today, there are some classifications using this average, the average state of atmosphere. Atmosphere is dynamic, it's not static, so it's a concept that shouldn't be used anymore. In the early 20th century, against this German idea, French suggested that we should use face climate as a succession of states of the atmosphere. That's good because it shows the dynamics. However, climate's not only the habits, it's the frequency. It has extremes. And then a Brazilian proposed a paradigm taking the advantage of this rhythm that was born in France. He proposed a rhythm analysis. And then we had a Brazilian school that I'm representing here today, modestly. He said, we have to work with the habitual and the extremes, because the extremes are the most interesting to life. What is the habitual? We are used to the drought in Brasilia, it's habitual. But with the rainy winter, everybody is scared of it. The heat in some parts of the planet, it's okay, but a heat outside of the habitual climate, and as well as cold, we have to pay attention. For example, cold in the Amazon area, the fish die. So it is important to think how long do I still have? I don't want to surpass the time. We have to think on the biological color to study the climate, the scale of the man, and then the duration is essential. Duration of a phenomenon, duration of an atmospheric state, permanence of a air mass or a cold mass. This is what had to study the circulation of air masses in the planet Earth, and this circulation in the first 3 kilometers over our heads. This is where the life in the planet are. We are confined to the first 3 kilometers of this planet. We are confined. We almost do not have life above these 3 kilometers. This is the area that is interesting. The phenomena that happen in this small area of the basal area. The meteorologist is worried about the superior area, but the geography, we want to understand the relations of this atmospheric area with the geographic areas, cities, plantations, rivers, floods, droughts, floods out of the habitual times, because the extremes and habituals will be related to atmospheric circulation, and then we do the analysis of the rhythm, and this is the technique, and then we have the color of the genetic climate analysis, and this analysis exists it was elaborated in global scale, but Brazil, for example, that has this school of thought, we don't have the own analysis scale. This is what I have to say. 15 seconds more than I had. I'm sorry.
Thank you so much, Professor João. It's very important for us to have access to this information, to these new points of view about climate analysis and how this relates to life. Now we would like to also bring Bruno to the conversation. Bruno, recently we had a few meetings that are going on throughout the world, touching on this theme of climate justice and all other justices around it. Recently, the Global Financial Pact in France put some interesting points for us to think about this global economy and the socio-ecological transformation. Last week, or maybe this week, actually, here in Brazil, we had the Amazon Dialogues and the Amazon Summit. And a variety of different debates are ongoing, and with a lot of youth involved. For you, as a representative and the General Secretary of UZI, you probably have a lot of political perspectives coming from the youth to the states, both to organizations but also to governments. So, how have you understood this? Well, I know that you are frequenting many different political spaces, but I wanted you to share with us from the point of view of the youth, the youth that is a member of the UZI. What are the challenges for democracy when we're also dealing with the climate? Thank you for your invitation. Thank you, Rafa, for the work that you've been carrying out. I'm going to try to speak in Portuguese with my Portuguese accent, and I'd like to apologize to the translators about our work. I was in the Amazon Dialogues in Belém, and before that in South Africa, which, and as well as a few in Paris, but I was prepared for a more political analysis, and I am a mechanical engineer and environmental engineering, and there's nothing more important than geopolitical and more involving for international relations than energy. If we put the energy outlooks globally ever since the last decade of the 19th century, that is the first industrial revolution, and we follow and we compare this with growth, both economic and population, then you will see that there's less growth when there is when we have energy crises and we have economic recession. Well, ever since the first uh, industrial revolution, our society has gotten used to living in two different states, and the world is not static. Not only in the climate, but and also in our time. w- oh, we have this natural moment. The molecules are normal; they're in their natural state, and we start moving ourselves. That's when we need to understand self. So what happens? And I'd also like to take advantage of this comment on youth. Well, today is International Youth Day, August 12th, and we've been seeing in relation to the climate emergency, the main voices ringing in relation to this emergency come from the youth, but I think they've been failing in a crucial aspect, which is the aspect of the revolution that becomes a reform. Well, in Lisbon, we had the Western Conference when one of the big goals that we had for the conference was to convince states. We talked to John Kerry, we talked to Macron, who will be the host of the next summits. We've been talking about deep sea mining, exploitation of deep oceans, like deep ocean mining, and also large scale fishing. But what we've been seeing is that there is a youth and that there is a civil movement, which is of a popular origin that attracts masses, but then fails in the political repercussion. And then the political participants, the politicians, have a huge amount of blame, but we as well, because if we don't change, let's say the French Revolution deposed the king. If they hadn't written the Human Rights Charter, well, then they wouldn't. Would have just been good enough to fight that regime, but not for everyone's freedom. So, what do we actually want for the future? What actions do we want? So, about energy, I was talking about the relationship between energy and climate and human action. Energy power. We talk a lot about fossil fuels because fossil fuels sustain our our society. It's a basis of comfort and abundance in Western society, and it's a neo-colonialist and extractivist uh, in nature. What we do is we don't need to be militarily present in the southern countries, but we use the system to actually exploit these countries. You can see this a lot in Africa. Today, we're going to be talking, like we said, like we talked 120 years ago. The main invention for this new community and for this new society has a name, the thermal engine. Fossil fuels are only relevant today because all of the industry and the main part of the energy that turns into work, be it through machines or transportation, this energy is used through thermal engines, like the engines in industries, the engines in our cars, and it's an industry that over 120 years has been growing with these patents, like the automobile industry, and they use only thermal engines, and the thermal engine is based on heat, and they need high energy effectiveness fuel like oil, natural gas, and coal. And so when I say if we're going to keep the climate change to below 1.5, so what happens? We have a theory from the Western world. Once again, geopolitically, we have the youth with a great power, but the states. I don't really like this terminology of the West, but anyway, there's a part of the world that says that the new revolution that will substitute the thermal engine is the electrical revolution. To do so, we need some essential materials, cobalt, especially from Africa and the Central African Republic and the Democratic Republic of Congo, and lithium in China and Chile, and then graffiti in Mozambique. And if we start connecting the dots, we start to understand something that just like oil and just like natural gas, all of these components are not in the global north. And if they were in the global north, the countries in the global north would rather not exploit their own resources, but rather exploit them in another part of the world, feeding into what we call a supply chain. We were really concerned during the pandemic with the supply chains. It was almost more important than the chain of lives. It was more important to save the economy than to save lives. For us, this narrative is not only wrong, but it condemns us all to death. Why? Because the IPCC shows us something. Fossil fuels will not be going down until 2050, even in the most optimistic scenario. We can lower the consumption of oil, we can lower the consumption of coal, but in all the scenarios, natural gas actually increases. It becomes very important for European Union, and all countries with natural gas will be dominant. But how do you actually use this for social justice? Because if we're going to see what happened in Saudi Arabia, you have a model of regional development. What about Brazil, which has a lot more oil than Portugal or the European Union? What we see is that this money isn't redistributed throughout the country. The energy is produced here, not to be consumed here, but to be consumed throughout the world. And those who consume the most energy are the most developed countries. And not the countries that have the most poverty, which need it more. But the true revolution is going to be decentralized and local in the cities. So in Portugal, we have renewables are very important because we have. Should Brazil abandon exploiting fossil fuels for an electric revolution, which depends on components, which comes either from the depth of the sea, or from Chile, or from the DRC, or from China? Maybe not. And this is what we need to learn from an indigenous philosophy. More than living with the earth, and I extract a lot about what they talked about anthropocentrism. My life where I was, my land where I was born, my location is completely different from the location where most of you were born. The energy potential, what I can actually use for sustainability in Portugal and the European Union, is brutally different than what happens in Kyrgyzstan or Saudi. And so we need to stop thinking that the sustainable model is a single model that is copy and pasted into other countries. It's a differential kind of model that needs to be a state model. And I need to give an alert. We've been seeing this happen. When we were talking about deep sea mining, this was very important. So what happened? We saw, I'm going to try to make this as quick as possible. We talk a lot about science, right? Decisions don't come from science. Science shows change comes from politics. It's not enough to say how we're going to change the world. Oh, we're eliminating all fossil fuels and building a utopia that's not good enough for different populations and communities. It's important for us to sit down at the table with the UN and with the Luftmark for Global Governance, which will be announced in the next General Assembly, not just to open the Security Council, and so that we can actually have a global governance system with everyone in favor of everyone's interests. And the second part has to do with this new era of resources. We saw over the past 6 months that there were more trips from great leaders, be the presidents or ministers from different republics to Asia and the Pacific than we saw in the past 50 years. Kiribati, Tuvalu, Papua New Guinea weren't important until a few months ago. We need to see this as a new revolution, and what do we want to reach with this? And this has to do with deep sea mining as well. It's simply because some countries have been hegemonic for 30 years, and they know that they do not have enough relevance to come to Congo or Saudi Arabia or other countries like they did a few decades ago. So we look at the other side of the world. The European Union will suffer a lot because they will lose more and more geopolitical reference, because Eurasia will no longer be effectively a continent. It will be separated. And we're now continuing extractivism. At the same time as we're saying that we want to save the planet, we're extracting minerals from the deeper depth of the sea. These ideas of the era of consumption, of the era of abundance, will need to be questioned. And so more than revolutions, we need value reforms. And if we're able to globalize a cell phone that is thought of in California and and manufactured in China and brought to Europe, then I think that we can also globalize values. Thank you. Thank you, Bruno. We have a lot of issues in relation to this theme. So for us to wrap up this moment and continue the next sessions, I'd like to invite you to a brief 1-minute reflection on how the perspective that you bring, it's in politics that we make transformations and this evolution above all. What is the message that you can bring us in 1 minute about what kind of model or what aspect of democracy do we need to improve to keep global warming below 1.5 degrees? Gonna happen. Do you want to start? Well, I went beyond my 10 minutes. I think the first thing that we need to have is empathy. This, this we need to leave apathy because this society of abundance is led to us to apathy. We just want to post on social media. Everything is in politics is bad, and everything that's our life outside of politics are all right. So rights aren't acquired. If we want the right to live, we need to fight for it. 1 minute? Okay. I would like to say that climate is just an abstraction, be it an average abstraction or the abstraction that geographical climatology proposes, which is what's habitual and the different. This has evolved ever since the times of the Greeks up to now. The World Meteorological Association doesn't accept either of these concepts. They have their own definition. So, I would say the following for us to think about this. Let's find a concept which is real, which talks to life, and which has a biological color, because the values that we have are not values for our organisms. So 0 and 100 don't mean anything to our organism. 0 degree for a Swede, it might be hot, but for Carioca, they'll be snowboarding in Copacabana Beach. So, what does 0 mean? And what about 40 degrees Celsius? Does that mean something in and of itself? For a European, for us. So I think the scale of climate measurement should be more appropriate than it is. People need to appropriate it and make it their own. That's what I like to say. So just to think about this quickly, I think that we should be working in a coordinated manner in different latitudes, and I think that one of the concepts which I like is the name of this organization. I don't know how to say it in English. I don't know in English, but well, Common Action Forum, working as a community. So having a concept from the community also needs to be a logic of work so that we can work amongst each others, because this is not about individuals. What affects me also affects those beside me. What I do also affects those beside me. So the reflection that I'd like to give you all, leave you all with is we need to act as something that's for everyone and not something that's just for each person, each region, each place, each country. So the individuality is something that is really force-fed us by the economic system, and I think we need to go a little bit beyond that. Thank you so much. You were wonderful. Rafael, please. Now you have the floor. Thank you so much to all the panelists. Now we've finished our morning sessions. We'll come back at 3 o'clock sharp, and I hope you all have a great lunch. See you soon.
We're gonna get back here at 3 o'clock punctually. We start the next session. So I hope you can enjoy your break. Boa noite, todo mundo. Quero dar boas-vindas à sétima sessão que fala sobre uma agenda de desenvolvimento global. E para dar início a essa sessão, a gente gostaria...
We're going to be starting the seventh session about global development agenda. We'd like to transmit the message from the Minister of Foreign Relations of South Africa, Naledi Pandor, who couldn't be here with us today, but she sent us her communication, and after we've transmitted her message, we'll start the panel number 7. Thank you very much, and we'll continue soon.
Different global rules. We need to work together to shape this change and address the problems affecting the people of the global south, particularly the marginalized and forgotten. Many of the challenges facing humanity, including the threat of climate change, can only be confronted by such a common effort. All of you are aware that our world today is preoccupied with concerns about the Ukraine-Russia conflict. The developing South is caught in the middle of rising global tensions and an increasing resistance to institutions that is really a signal of an opposition to forces promoting collective action, international solidarity, and cooperation. So, for a meeting such as this one, it is critical for us all to define a more optimistic and hopeful vision, to challenge the skeptics, and to build momentum for change. And I hope through your deliberations this will happen. As South Africa, we have been arguing for the transformation of global development institutions for several years. It is our belief that these must be changed to respond to a very changed world. According to Oxfam statistics, we live in a world where 2,153 billionaires own as much wealth as the poorest 60% of the world's population, 4.6 billion people. So 2,153 billionaires own more than 4.6 billion people. The current system we live in is characterized by widening inequality, and the global economy continues to deliver inequitable and unjust outcomes. We need effective interventions to address these inadequacies in order to build a better world. We need to address the demands of the developing world that were made in the early 1970s for a new international economic order. These demands have largely been ignored and unaddressed. Those demands by the Global South propose an overhaul of the rules of international trade, reform of the international financial system, and recognition of the full sovereignty of each state over its natural resources. Countries pushing for the new international economic order had called for the cancellation of historic debts, the issuance of new IMF special drawing rights, and the expansion of concessional development financing. All this has been against the hoarding of intellectual property, and countries also demanded the transfer of technology to developing countries. These demands were made then and are still made today. They formed part of a significant declaration adopted by the UN General Assembly in 1974 and were based on the concept of the right to development. They were disregarded by multilateral bodies that enforced neoliberal policies on developing countries to implement extreme trade liberalization. Today, the pillars of the current international economic order are cracking as the tectonic plates of global geopolitics shift beneath them. What we have is a profoundly undemocratic order designed to perpetuate an imbalance which sustains the wealth of a few at the expense of the impoverishment of the many. So today, as the Global South, we are faced with a great opportunity. We need to define a new model of human security and develop a blueprint for global transformation. I wish to cite our recent experience of vaccines inadequacy for COVID-19, which alerted Africa to the need to ensure that it's not in a position of disadvantage when crises strike. The regime currently of intellectual property rights is unjust, and particularly so in health emergencies. In order to mitigate global threats, these technologies need to be shared. The trade-related aspects of intellectual property rights agreement needs to be revised in order to recognize the need to share knowledge with the developing world. We also need to devote greater attention to providing resources in developing countries for science, technology, and innovation so that they're not left behind as changes occur. During the COVID-19 pandemic, South Africa and India spearheaded the call at the World Trade Organization on behalf of the Global South for a TRIPS waiver to allow developing countries to build greater capacity to produce COVID-19 vaccines which were being denied to them. This call faced strong pushback from developed countries hosting big pharma companies. The WTO Ministerial Conference decision in June last year resulted in a watered-down agreement on our demands. It included no real waiver or amendment to existing TRIPS rules, but provided some clarification on flexibilities on TRIPS, which would apply only to COVID-19 vaccines, and the only real concession was a temporary exception to a restriction on quantities that can be exported, limited in its operation for just 5 years. Developing countries, which include the Africa Group, India, and Cuba, have tabled a proposal on the reform of the World Trade Organization entitled Strengthening the WTO to Promote Development and Inclusivity. The rationale behind the proposal is that the multilateral trading system entrenches many imbalances which were made worse during the pandemic. The proposal cites World Bank data to show that the gap in per capita GDP between the developed and developing world has widened since the establishment of the WTO, and calls for special and differential treatment to be upheld in future agreements. The proposal calls for respect for the right of countries to adopt different economic models and supports diversification and development. While many of the poorest countries were not able to mobilize 1% of their GDP to mitigate the financial stress experienced during the pandemic, the developed world mobilized a massive arsenal of monetary and fiscal measures to prop up their economies, estimated at between 20 and 25% of their GDP. Most countries that are poor were faced with restrictions and limitations when they needed financial assistance from the IMF and the World Bank. In the wake of the pandemic, developing countries are drowning in debt with no fiscal space or access to financial resources to invest in recovery. The World Bank and the IMF have projected that 23 to 30 countries will not be able to meet their current foreign debt obligations. Developed countries have not met their commitments to the developing world, and they are consistently trying to shift responsibility to us, the Global South. These realities have made it difficult to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. As the UN Secretary General recently acknowledged to the Group of 77 and China, as we move toward the halfway point in the 2030 agenda, far from improving, the world is going backwards. As the South, we need to work collectively to strengthen the global governance system and create a different kind of multilateral architecture which is fit for purpose. We believe the United Nations must remain the primary locus for political, security, and development discussions, as it is an all-inclusive body. Transformation of the United Nations is, of course, urgently needed to ensure an international democratic order that is just, equitable, and respects the sovereign equality of states. We must continue to advocate for the urgent reform of the UN Security Council so that it is democratized and more representative of the current world power dynamics. It is unacceptable that 77 years after its establishment, 5 nations wield disproportionate decision-making power in the UNSC. It should also be recognized that a multipolar world requires multilateral security arrangements. Military alliances that divide the world into blocs do not offer answers to the challenges we confront and can in fact be a dangerous anachronism instead of a source of national or regional security. Calls to overhaul the current global financial and trade architecture are also steadily gaining force worldwide. We need a fundamental reset of the IMF, the World Bank, and the WTO, and a new multilateral trading system. Multilateral banks have to be redesigned to respond to the challenges we're confronted with, to deal with public health requirements and emergencies, to address the needs for investment, to mitigate and adapt to climate change, and to meet the Sustainable Development Goals. The IMF needs to be repurposed and must provide counter-cyclical lending in times of debt distress, prevent debt crises, enable debt restructuring and relief, and provide liquidity to all countries that need it. While we push for change in the international financial institutions, groupings such as BRICS have been working toward developing a more equitable, balanced, and representative global governance system. This includes possibilities of restructuring global financial architecture. We look at building up institutions such as the BRICS New Development Bank, which has given emerging economies greater control over lending and greater autonomy over the course of their development. This year, the core BRICS members will further explore the option of trading in our local currencies and developing a possible alternative to the SWIFT banking system, which has caused major problems in the international trading system, given the propensity for unilateral imposition of sanctions outside the ambit of the UN Security Council. There is a desire among emerging economies to change the currency situation of international payments and lending practices to allow for a more flexible, inclusive regime. There is agreement amongst BRICS foreign ministers on the importance of encouraging the use of local currencies in international trade and financial transactions between BRICS as well as their trading partners. There's been growing interest by members of the international community to join BRICS, with at the moment 22 countries having already formally indicated strong interest. BRICS expansion will be beneficial to the BRICS countries and the developing world, and will ultimately help to signal a shift in the balance of power in the global arena. While South Africa is a member of BRICS, we are not aligned to any of the big powers and are committed to maintaining a stance of active non-alignment. While economic and military contestation between the big powers has them vying for influence, South Africa needs the space to engage with all countries within the G20, the United Nations, and BRICS. The evolving international world order necessitates the strengthening of the non-aligned movement. Given that the world is, as I've said, increasingly more fragmented, the time provides an opportunity for those concerned with economic justice to work toward creating a genuinely progressive alternative. Progressive forces around the globe need to push for strengthened and inclusive multilateralism by exerting more dedicated, concrete influence on debates. We need to make our economies work for the common good, and drastic measures need to be taken to safeguard our planet. New regulations must be introduced that place human rights and the environment above the rights of giant corporations and elites. Emerging economies are, in South Africa's view, crucial to strengthening and restructuring global governance, and they will hold the G20 presidency for 4 years in a row. Indonesia held the G20 presidency last year, India holds it this year, Brazil will hold it next year, and South Africa will hold it in 2025. With leading countries of the global south setting the agenda, there is an opportunity to push for real change. As the great revolutionary leader of Cuba, President Fidel Castro, said, "We must unite today to build the tomorrow we yearn for, to vindicate the always excluded, and to rescue faith in humanity." I thank you for this opportunity, and I wish you well in your deliberations.
And as a segment of the seventh session in recovering the agenda of development, we have in the panel, the stage already, our panelists. We're calling our online panelists as well. First of all, the host for tonight, Eduardo Leira, who is a Spanish architect. Together with Eduardo, we have Eduardo Moreira, who's joining online. Good morning, Edu. We're missing you here today. Edu is economist and is founder of ICL, the news channel, that is also transmitting our forum today, the annual forum of Common Action Fund. Together with the two Eduardos, we're Paulina Vecotere from Ecuador, politician, and an example for the Latin America, and Raj Patel, that is an intellectual who lives in London. He's a professor at the School of Public Affairs, of Public Administration, I think that would be the better translation here. Eduardo Leira, the session is with you. Have a nice discussion there. Thank you, Rafael. Thank you for the invitation. My greetings to and my felicitations to everybody who keeps working and who's keep trying to work in this forum after these 2 intense days. A quick introduction to the panelists. It's about to bring ideas in the session on what we call a counter-hegemonic program of development. We talked a lot about development, about the deficiencies and difficulties, and we see that always focusing on the economic growth and the difficulties derived from neocolonialism and what came from it showed that everything became intrinsic characteristics of the countries. Therefore, we need to think in all of these questions. There is, besides the history, there is the theory of development that brings perspectives that are contrasting from the views from the South about the South and from the South about the global and vice versa. We see what the World Bank affirmed, that the development was obsolete, was dead, and the governments on the global South should work to increase the development growth. And we see that this reality demands new arrangements, institutional arrangements, new analysis to transcend the persisting facts of social inequalities. And here in the panel we have, and here on the table we have a demand for regional cooperation from a new way to plan the social, urban, ecological, always by recognizing the conditions of the excluded. We need to reach new approaches. As a benchmark, we can take a proposal from 1986 that said that before its own time, exposed conditions, what he said, controls that need theories and alternative programs to face this hegemonic model. It's already classic that this control have become references, but now when there is the need to change paradigms from these pre-established situations, we have even more the need of references from these paradigms, from these references. We need to create new paradigms. And she puts the first aspect, the control of natural resources. What means can be well utilized to exploit the natural resources? I think this is the basis for any theory to be thought And we have our colleague, the virtual panelist here, that for about 2 months he declared that the oil is not only from Brazil. Petrobras has become an international company, was sacked by an foreign companies. This is a current situation. Second, capital control, financial control, better fiscal management, better quality of financing, control of science and technology, new national plans and regional plans for development. Can they find mechanism from these premises of a better transference of science and technology, such as Minister of South Africa put there, maybe through the improve or the fostering of new minds and new institutions? We don't know. We see that states tend to spend huge quantities of their wealth, their social wealth. Would it be possible to have a different social agenda that could include a new regional agenda? In the sense, it is important to think from what President Zapatero mentioned. The war should be forbidden, as well as the internal use of military equipment. And lastly, the control of information. It is evident that it is important to think of this issue of the architect of flows of information that are in the hands of few people. Another technology of development should emphasize not only the importance of alternative information, or maybe a new South-South network should create new network of information to transfer information. About a month ago, there was a meeting of armies. I think it was led by China. In this context, I keep asking myself, would that be a possibility to have a new order that would include all these scopes? Our colleague from the screen will first make the first. I cannot hear. Thank you. I was in Brazil. I'm very sorry that I am not able to be there with you. I am home. I'm sick. I'm recovering now. But if you can see, everywhere I participate, I am challenged to bring something new, a new idea. But I see that our biggest problem is not having a new idea. I was watching a while ago the speech of Minister South African minister, and I could say that I'm totally contemplated by what she said. I could simply ask to transcript that and sign below it. We don't need new things. We need to find ways to make that happen. And it's been quite some time that we know that's what needs to be done. The developing country, they're not developed because they have a population that work more than the other countries. The ones they call developed, they're not developed because they have a more intellectual or more privileged intelligent countries, the truth is, and it's very simple but hard, is the developed countries, they are developed because they accumulated resources that were generated by people that come from the workforce that come from the underdeveloped countries. They accumulated resources that come from those underdeveloped countries. Such as an example, my colleague Eduardo mentioned, with regards to Petrobras, what we call Brazilian company, but has a participation that is bigger than the Brazilian participation. What we need actually is put in practice a plan that simply offers justice to what each country is offering to the world in terms of work and resources throughout the centuries. Something that has never been done, and sincerely, we know the difficulty on it. We know how difficult it will be to put into practice, and we know why. There's not a new format without the ones who dominate the resources giving up their power, their resources, the resources that they dominate now. There's not a different world if the great companies, the great corporations, and the wealthiest countries and the wealthiest people, without them giving up a little bit of what they have, the resources they have and the political power they have, as mentioned a little ago, for example, the councils of the United Nations. They're totally dominated, and they are as tool for those countries. There are the developed countries. See, we get into a point at the moment where the global has a climate crisis that is dramatic and urgent, and we see the developed countries are the most responsible for the planet to getting to that point at the cross line to the catastrophe. And the countries under development has to control the situation for them, or the countries under development had to adopt the electric cars or whatever practices that make them to contribute for a better world, for a more sustainable world with a cleaner energy, as they're doing now. Again, I'm saying it's very simple, and you all know they're doing now because they had the resources to do. The resources that were kidnapped, hacked, taken by force from the underdeveloped countries. And the ones that are that they now forced to adopt these practices. Another problem that is serious and urgent is we have a technological revolution. It's really happening related to this AI, related to great capacity of processing of new machines, new equipments, softwares also. And this new technology, this new AI, it will dictate what countries will have competitive advantages, will be more productive, more effective. And in this economic fight, this economic war that is actually a fight for the global hegemony, there is a conflict because the ones the countries that were less rigorous with the ethical breaks will be the countries that will develop faster, will be the countries that will develop technically develop faster in the next years. So there is an economic interest in not being ethic at the moment when we are changing globally in a change of paradigm. The solution would be to for the planet to wake up, agree with the new uh, paradigm for the technology, for the new regulation. Do you think that we're really gonna manage to get in a global limits, ethical limits? I think it's very difficult. I don't want to sound pessimistic. I just want to give you the dimension of the problem that we have. And I just conclude to say that it's not a matter of growth. If we see the global GDP, the building of wealth in the planet from the 60s until today, we will see that the amount of wealth generated in the planet multiplied more than 6 times, even considering the inflation during the time. Some accounts say that the wealth multiplied more than 10 times due to the projection. Where did this wealth go? In the 60s in the US, for example, a company, a big company, had its president earning about 20 times more than the average salary of the company. Today, this relation is more than 400 times. So this whole earning, this increase of productivity did not help for the planet to have a better situation of eradication of poverty in the way that we should have seen. And it's not enough to see the drop in the extreme poverty, because we know that what we were able to generate in terms of technology and advancement, we should be able to eradicate poverty completely, and we shouldn't have still half of the planet living in poverty or extreme poverty, and the rest of the planet earning everything. The conclusion of everything is to have a better distribution of wealth, to achieve the and to manage to get to the ethic and climate crisis in the next years. We need, I repeat, that the ones who have more economic and political power let go. There is not another solution. They have to let go. When they let go of political power, they let go of economic power, and when they let go, letting justice being made and make justice with the countries that generated all this during the years, made the resources stay in the countries that produced all this wealth, we're gonna have a better planet. The formula was did by Anna Led. Eduardo also mentioned it, and it will be said by so many people. The formula we know, it's not something new, but for me, the great challenge is to make that those who need to let go of power or resources that they accumulated, that they decide to collaborate for a better planet. It's simple, but it's very difficult. Some things are very simple, but very difficult.
Eduardo.
Thank you, Eduardo. Now we give the floor to Raj. Thank you.
First of all, thank you so much to David Adler and Progressive International and Raphael and my new friends at CAF for your generosity in bringing me here. In my 10 minutes, I want to talk about three things. One, I really think we should understand what hegemony means. Because if we're going to do counter-hegemony, we need to understand this very complicated word. The second thing I want to do is explore this idea of development. And finally, let's see where we go with bringing a counter-hegemonic development together. So first, what is hegemony? It's different from domination. Domination you can do with guns and one class oppressing another. But hegemony is more subtle. It involves not just coercion, but consent. And it involves not just a dominant class, but also the working class. It involves bringing on board onto a national project not just the people who are obviously profiting from it, but also people who can be persuaded that even if their economic interest is not being met at the moment, their need for dignity and recognition can substitute for that, at least for the time being. So hegemony is an economic project, but it is also an ideological and a philosophical and a juridical and a religious project. And if we understand that, we can understand how hegemony can split classes and create domination, create a hegemonic bloc. So for example, we see hegemony as a series of experiments. Hegemony always involves some attempts to try and change the social field. Sometimes it's something silly, like men on Twitter talking about Barbie. The idea that there are some of these sexist men saying, we need to reclaim the family from the Barbie movie. It's a failed attempt at hegemony. But there are successful attempts where you bring the idea of the family and faith and nation together. And I grew up with that in Britain in the 1980s under Margaret Thatcher, neoliberal feminist. Her vision of economic change was hegemonic. And her hegemonic project was to bring this desperate theft from the poor for the rich, but then to blame people who look like me for the transfer of wealth. And that meant that my community in Britain was subject to physical violence from a humiliated white working class as part of this hegemonic project. And the problem is, my parents heard this rhetoric of hegemony, of nationhood and law and order and security, and they said, oh, well, the only way we will stop the decline of this nation is if we too, us brown people, join the Conservative Party. And so my parents are now committed conservatives. And that's a sign of how hegemony works. It's not just that it is about domination, but it is about a seduction, idea about family and power and belonging and humiliation and how to recover from that. So if we are interested in counter-hegemony, we need to think about this process of humiliation and what to do about it. This is the gauntlet that you laid down at the beginning, Wada, right? How do we do counter-hegemony? But we also need to think about development. Now, I think it's important, again, you mentioned in your opening remarks, how development is sometimes associated with progress. And I think we just need to get rid of that idea. If you look at the IPCC report, what is very clear is that we will never have a planet as good as the one that we got. No matter what we do, the planet is deteriorating. And any illusion that that is impossible, we should just banish from our minds. But in that case, what is development if it's not progress? Well, here's a definition of development. Development is what follows debt. Development comes after debt. The British, when they were colonizing vast parts of the world, did it very simply. In Malawi, they said, here is a tax. In 1 year from now, we will pay it or there will be violence. And in the meantime, you can do what you like, but you must pay this debt. And so what happened was the development of extractive industries, of plantations, of mining industries. Now, the interesting question is, all right, well, what do we do with the debt now? The numbers are terrifying, by the way. The OECD says that the top OECD countries give about $152 billion in overseas development aid. But in the Global South, $758 billion is debt repayment. And the debt itself is $7.8 trillion, right? So overseas aid is $152 billion, but the debt is $7.8 trillion. Now, this is the moment where we can start thinking more creatively, because there are two moments here to think about. One is the economic moment. We can imagine a world in which the Global South goes on debt strike. And that $7.8 trillion is repurposed. We can imagine a world like that. My friend and colleague Walden Bello suggests that instead of the hegemony of the dollar, we might imagine a new currency, a currency that is controlled by the United Nations General Assembly, an entirely new currency that is democratically operated. And you may say, oh, that will never happen. So then let's go to the second and my final point is, well, what does a counter-hegemony look like then? What is it that we can do to refashion the politics of the possible? And for this, I wanted to get very concrete, because I don't think that Minister Pandor is going to deliver on this counter-hegemonic world. I work with social movements in South Africa, and they are oppressed by the neoliberal regime in South Africa. I work with comrades in India, and they are oppressed by the fascist regime in India. I do not have any faith that the G20 presidency is going to deliver anything like what is promised here. Instead, I think what we need is an articulation of grassroots mobilization together with political parties that can deliver results. And there are reasons for hope. From international peasant movements like La Via Campesina, which has 200 million members around the world. I was given great hope recently. I was in an MTST settlement 3 days ago in something called a popular kitchen, Cocina Popular. I'm not pronouncing that correctly, but I saw there an agroecological project where a group of people were feeding 100 neighborhood residents for free, using an agroecological garden. And I was talking to one of the cooks. This woman was a Bolsonaro supporter many years ago, but she changed her view on how she should be in the world. Why? Well, because this kitchen was a site of political transformation. It was a way of reconnecting with nature, of reconnecting with her community, of political re-education. And it was a space of care, as Manuela pointed out. Care can be radically political. And that's, I think, the point that I want us to sort of think about ending on. If we are going to create this counter-hegemony, then these little points of community transformation need to articulate with political parties. Comrade Bolos, who is from PSOL, has recently created mechanisms to fund these kitchens across the country. And on top of that, you can imagine a kind of politics that takes national wealth and redistributes it in a project of national and international transformation that recognizes that the world is not going to get better, but that our lives can be given meaning, that the humiliation of capitalism can be turned around with a project that connects us again to nature, to the world around us, and to our community in a mode of radical care. And when that radical care is about transforming the world, about extracting reparations from the global north, but also from redeploying those reparations into low-carbon modes of achieving social welfare and equality, you can imagine a counter-hegemonic project that builds from the grassroots to national politics to the kind of takeover of UNCTAD that allowed the new international economic order to be incubated there in the 1970s, 1960s. So this is the vision, I think, that we should have of a counter-hegemonic order, where we're working at different levels to be able to bring about this new international economic order and changing national governments so that they do deliver and don't just talk shop and don't just offer the nice words, but offer the actual action on the ground. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Rag, both for your very interesting speech and for the time. You're absolutely in time. Thank you, both, for both things. Okay.
Bueno, buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, everyone. First and foremost, I'd like to thank Irene for inviting me here to this forum. Thank you so much for being this part of Abi Ayala, sharing knowledge, and to thank all of you. I think I have probably the worst time of the day, which is right after lunch. And when I was on the other side, I was taking great effort to keep awake. So thank you for your attention. I think this is a challenge for me. I hope that you're not too bored and that we can share some of these concerns. So I was listening to these great words of counter-hegemonic agendas with a lot of care, and how to turn this into practical political exercises and to build how to build thoughts from the home to the family, the community, and locally. And this is all a challenge. I think part of our heritage in the Western thinking is the importance we give to abstract notions. And I believe that a part of this comes, a part of my Quechua heritage is I always look at the pragmatic, always seek the pragmatic. But yes, there are still things that connect all of us, and we need to think about this so that these ideas can go beyond borders. We have common conditions as humanities, and I wanted to think about what happened in my country a few days ago, which was the murder of a candidate for presidency. And I believe that this was talked about around the world, but I feel that this will have a particular repercussion in Latin America. So for us, we who are on the left and those of us who are always seeking to update and politicize our discourse based on rights, we can see with great concern how these coups that we had. Well, I just heard this morning, I was looking at the news in my country, and Apparently, the family says that they can't even see the body of the murdered victim. So, was there really even a murder? Look at the level of paranoia that we have. And without a doubt, there's a particular weight in the political panorama because a lot of our politics has to do with this. Performances all the time. And it's all so ethereal. So all of us need to think a lot about what happened, especially those of us who are politicians locally. We women who are politicians. On the extreme right, they had a discourse which is walking around armed and security, and this restricts more and more the possibility of thinking about other very urgent things for our civilization and for our region. More and more we see as legitimate. Well, I know that in our country, the only candidate they talk about security 80% of the time. When do we talk about gender violence? When do we talk about the problem of extractivism? How do we talk about the climate crisis? Political power. So these kinds of acts that seem very particular, they actually change our discourse and they force us to change and focus less on what's so important. And so it seems like it's legitimate to invest millions on weapons and as illegitimate to actually use resources for the ecological transition, for the energy transition, to fight against violence. So in this line of thinking, I think it's our political responsibility, especially those of us who put our bodies on the line, to talk in in our communities, in the cities, in the media, wherever we can be in collectives, that it is important in this agenda, in this counter-hegemonic agenda, that you talk about what should be fulfilled. And when I say this is because I feel that if we're talking about a counter-hegemonic agenda in the global level, and if we're looking at the Sustainable Development Goals, and if we're talking about the pandemic that the women go throughout the world, with and with particular emphasis, I would mention the Latin America as one of the most violent regions against women. And in my case, well, in my country, every 26 hours, a woman is murdered, a feminicide is committed, and we have sterilized women. And we don't have any policy for us, despite all of these forums in the UN Women, all these charters, SEGAL. We have a constitution which is absolutely guaranteeist. We have a code of democracy, but in the last instance, this is another crisis that we have in our states, which are a little bit morally bankrupt. We have all this legal architecture, but it doesn't actually reach a response for these needs that we have for survival for everyone, but especially women. And I think it is very important to keep on putting these urgent measures and talking about these urgent areas. And for me as a politician, it's fundamental to talk about what you said just a minute ago, which is that care can be radically political. You said this, and I believe that it's true. I don't believe it could be said better. And Manuela, you also mentioned that there's nothing more revolutionary and political to put care in the very center. I believe as a woman that it's fundamental. If you want to think about a counter-hegemonic agenda, an agenda that discusses the heart of capitalism and is decentralizing the discussion of capitalist accumulation. I'm not. s- I don't remember. I don't quite remember the name of the thinker. One of the biggest proletariats in the world are the women who have cared for mankind for thousands of years i- and throughout every nation. And for me, in every space I say, I am a mother, I have 3 children, and now I need to leave because, and I always have to say, still need to care for my children. So for me, there's nothing more central and more important than politicizing care and making it so that communities are charged and with good care, and that the state also has responsibility in relation to care. Capitalism is sustained on the unpaid work of women, and there are women who have the privilege by class and race of paying for racialized and poor women to care for their children. If we look globally, it's evident that when we're talking about new liberal feminism in the global north, this is sustained by the immigration from the south to the north of racialized women so that they might try to be inserted into work. So maybe the women in the north can even join politics or get good jobs, but always at the cost of the bodies of the women of the south, the racialized women. And I need. I am a politician because I'm thinking of this counter-hegemonic system exactly to recognize and to put at the center of all economic reflection and all political thinking the theme of care.
And a lot of times the global north, Europe, that it's been transitioning from well-being, this well-being state was, but we have to go down because they're not sustainable. And I said, in my country, when a person cannot even die because they don't have access to medication, because the indigenous people work more than the others in all contexts, rural, urban. I think we're having huge problem to humanity. Civilization says it's the only economic model that is possible, that is capitalism. When we talk about caring, we're in the very core of the discussion, evaluation on how the work is organized in the world. A great philosopher from Peru, Quijano, makes me think of this subordination of the women in work, how the race was this concept that was so functional to capitalism to justify and translate all this accumulation of wealth in for in the detriment of the South population. And the idea of race also can also purpose as a patriarchal construction. And when I'm talking about patriarchy, I'm not talking about Jew, Christian, Western civilization. I'm very clear that there's a lot more than that. I'm in agreement with the Maya, Peruvian, and Guatemala thinkers of this colonialism, that we're women, we are in a place more subordinate and exploited position where our partners have more privileges, and with the same international cooperation mechanisms. I would like to talk about this theme of care that has to be the core of an agenda of counter hegemony of what is economic and organization of work at the global scale. And I'm going to talk about the need also to understand the state as well. And I'd like to understand what is a pure and national state. Many times we have a very romantic discourse of what we as indigenous population can bring to the decadent West, and bring the relationship to the nature that is so nice and legitimate, and is also brings the racism against the white. What I'm gonna bring as a state, plurinational state, that was a way to have a collaboration of the populations of Ecuador to think about this new way of state and understand what is this plural thing, because it's not a smaller thing in the Western world. This is deep, and we have all the Greek history and all that. It led us to understand that the universality of thinking is what has to organize the world, and we deal with the region also, the need to build this universality and think differently in different logics and different languages, different ways to understand everything, to understand how sexual health, safety, physical health, everything. But unfortunately, this morning I heard a person saying the construction of the world and talked about the rights of the nature, the constitution of my country. The constitution talked about the rights of the nature and the causes. That is a concept from Bolivia, to treat as an alternative to the view to develop the progress from the Western world, from a more archaic state to the modern technology. And then we say, yes, we have a constitution that recognizes us as plurinational. A constitution says that it's agreeing with well-being, but I want to say, but also being very honest and with a lot of pain. Manuel has to stop being clear in all the spaces. With a lot of effort in a collaboration and a conceptual effort, the population, my people, it stayed in a lot of discourse and words, a lot of responsibility of talking about splitting, sharing the knowledge, the power. And I believe that these countries that live still the colonialism and the relations in the country and interpersonal relations. I believe that's a great challenge, because we have to deal with the politics in practice, and I face every day with this, because, for example, we have in this plurinational logic, we understand the collective rights of the territories, but finally we had us. I'm part of the citizenship, women citizenship militancy, and we have development idea. We haven't seen the need to govern and split the territory as subject of rights. So we have a great inversion when we understand some years ago we had advancement in public services, basic services, and development in this sense, but with very little implication as subject of rights. So now what we see for 2 months ago, I was elected vice mayor of my region, and one of my programs is exactly to think of a project and a program in terms of plurinational and feminism. I have challenges because I don't have a budget and I have to prioritize, or I do streets or I deal with violence programs in my community. As a woman convinced of my fights and feminist, the fight against violence is very important. But for me as politician, it's very important that this is an excuse to start to try and look at what we want as a policy of a state. So, for example, very concrete here, we're gonna do an entrance in the territories with indigenous authorities. In my territory, I have 60% Quichuas, 83% of women had suffered some type of violence. Women, indigenous, when the national rate is 7%. So this is very strong thing in my region. We have to talk to the communities, to the authorities, usually they're men, to talk to the indigenous justice, to propose mechanisms to reparation, not only psychologists, but also reparation mechanisms, such as other ways that we can agree with them. Attention to primary health, help in maternity. After Brazil, we are the second one in adolescent pregnancy and obstetrician. And there's some of the challenges that we have, and I believe that are very important at this moment because we have an urgency for these great concepts, and we have here in the political practice in the daily life. And it helped me say that I am still very optimistic, and I'm not only because I'm a left woman, but I'm very optimistic as my mother taught me, and we do not accept pessimism now. We cannot be pessimistic now. We have a lot to work on. Thank you.
Bien.
I think we have very little time now, so I would like to ask just a final consideration from each one of you. I would give you the theme. One would be the hegemony, the integrate the working class. That means, is there a logic that is behind hegemony together with the cities? Is there a basis, a social basis established, composed by social, economic, financial, and then facing this, we had something that Zapatero said the first time he mentioned yesterday. Can we trust, can we believe that this can be something very important to have a new UN? And then I come to what Eduardo mentioned, the power of great corporation that concentrate the wealth. Can we think about a new statute of global governance from this new UN? Would that be useful? Can we dream of that or not? I would like to hear from you about this. I think we can dream, but I think we have actually to fight about this, for this. I don't believe in any easy way that cannot contemplate conflict. I think conflict is inevitable. I'm not talking about more war. Nobody stands more deaths, but we have to have. And colleague said after me of a hypothetical strike. He was talking about conflict, and we have to face this issue knowing that this and avoiding and avoiding the conflict, we're gonna get to a point that we're gonna keep working, and we're not gonna get the result. But to have a solution in a situation that has a conflict, we have to be prepared for this conflict. And for this, number one, we have to be together. And number two, we have to have an information network that is efficient. People, people don't work on facts, they act on histories. I am a defender of the Amazon. I don't know the Amazon. I defend the history I heard of the Amazon. I defend associations and unions of countries where I never been in person. I am I defend through the stories. The stories get to people through seminars, news, uh, books, movies, the controllers of the big corporations and governments. These are the stories that people hear. So we need to counter and conquer hearts and souls of these people and walk together. And we shouldn't be afraid of the conflict, because it's a conflict for justice, for freedom, for just life that everybody should have. It's a conflict that we should embrace with a lot of courage. Thank you very much for participating today. Mm, and the same order. I ag-
Inevitable. I live now in Texas, and the there is a counter hegemony from the ultra right around climate change and development. In 2019, a far right white supremacist killed 19 people in a Walmart and injured dozens of others. And his manifesto said that he did it because climate change is real, and he identified the people in El Paso as Mexican. These Mexicans, he said, are coming over to take our stuff, and because we are in a climate crisis, we must keep our stuff for this nation. That's a vision of white nationalism that is spreading, and it is a real, it will be a real conflict against people like him. But you asked, well, all right, what's the alternative vision? And I do think that there have been moments in world history in the 1950s and 1960s where the Global South had a popular project that did imagine the transformation of relations between the global north and the global south. That's why I mentioned UNCTAD earlier on. UNCTAD incubated the idea for the new international economic order. It came from deliberations within this fantastic organization. But our national elites have betrayed us. I mean, I think the other thinker we need to be using here is Frantz Fanon. And Frantz Fanon is exactly right, that national bourgeoisies will always betray their people. So what does the counter-hegemonic vision? Well, the great news is, I don't have to tell you. Hegemony is not about some pure and well-defined manifesto that I write. Counter-hegemony is about opening the possibilities for radical democratic engagement in this politics of care. The counter-hegemony that I'm interested in does have ideas about linking country and city, and about what it is to have a zero-carbon food system and a system of care and of social reproduction that is radically equal in terms of gender equality. But to achieve counter-hegemony is not to be in some state of ideological clarity and bliss. It is to invite the conflict that Eduardo talked about, where we can together forge this democratic future, as Comrade Paulino was saying. It is about creating the conditions where plurinationalism can happen safely for everybody. And that's the kind of project that many groups around the world are working on right now.
Gracias. Yo creo que en estos espacios también.
Thank you very much. I believe that in these spaces you should say things, because I think it's important to question these institutions. I think that we're in a moment in our civilization and in the world that is different from the context of the post-World War II, which gave origin to the global architecture that, despite everything that is produced, I believe, in terms of laws for humanity, I believe it's getting very old and frail, because there are important topics at the national and global level, and you look at UN and FAO and UN Women, and you always find a lack of political positioning, which scares me. I think it's not possible that a local governance doesn't have a political position. But yes, this is what governance is about. This is what geopolitics is about. So it's like for us who are in politics, we can't be neutral, and this is very important for humanity. This is why we need to move towards other shapes to this architecture, other forms that are based on more plural ways of thinking, more horizontal ways of exercising power and authority. And this, I think that many peoples and nations and women can really, when women can really help in this process. And I also think it's very important for us to think about how all of this comes to the local sphere. So yes, there's a huge challenge. I feel that this might be the moment in which we might be able to rebuild these relations, and the possibility to be here talking to a lot of different stakeholders. This also gives us many opportunities, and without a shadow of a doubt, I believe that the bigger body that we all live in, which is nature, will prevail. A Cañari woman once told me a few months ago when I was in the national campaign, she told me the power, like blood, should circulate. And this seemed very wise, because I think that one of the things that have damaged the most our democracies, but also human civilization is exactly the concentration of power, and this is absolutely patriarchal. And I believe that we need to move towards other ways of understanding power, and that things should be more fluid, as one thinker once said. It should be more liquid in all our identities as well. We need to flow more, and so that we can reach more happiness in this world, and so that we can create new international architecture. Thank you so much. I think that was a good ending. So within all this difficulty, we are having a scream of happiness, of hope. There is a new breath being breathed into the struggle. Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you so much. Now we will have a direct transition from session 7 to session 8. It's called Seeking Peace in the Midst of Global Tensions. Aiming for Peace Amid Global Tensions. I would like to invite Ahanini Klimshin, who is a professor at the University of São Paulo. She is a specialist in history and Arab history. I would also like to invite Paulo Sérgio Pinheiro, also a professor at the University of São Paulo. And I'm also going to be inviting everyone so that we can win a little bit of time. Imad Shahin as well. Imad Shahin is Egyptian, and he is a professor at the University of Doha. And I would also like to call to the stage Sishua Sishua, a professor at the Stellenbosch University at Zambia, from Zambia. So please, Sishua Sishua. Thank you so much, Rafa, for the invitation. Thank you, Common Action Forum, represented by Abada Humphrey and Rafael, who are the founders for this amazing initiative, bringing us all together with the possibility of thinking of how to transform the path that we're in. And with this in mind, I think that this session will never be able to deal with the whole theme. We will never be able to talk about all of the aspects which are encompassed in something like aiming for peace amid global tensions, because a lot of things could be said about that. And so I would like to instigate our guests to talk with both reason and heart, because this is the space that we have to use to go beyond what our paradigms have allowed us to see. I'm not going to go further. I'm just going to present our speakers. I'll start with Paulo Sérgio Pinheiro. Professor Paulo Sérgio Pinheiro He is a retired professor at my university, University of São Paulo. He has had great merits. He was a minister of human rights. He is the current president of the Independent Commission of the UN for the Arab Republic of Syria, and among many other qualities in his vast curriculum. Paulo Sérgio Pinheiro is going to be speaking from that podium. Okay, you have the floor. I must say that I really loved what you said about power should circle like blood. Dear friends, I'm very happy to be here. I'd like to thank Rafael for having invited me, and also my colleague Arlene. It's an honor to be here. It's such an iconic space like this memorial. I'm going to excuse myself that before I start my 10 minutes to pay homage to someone who could be here. Professor Ignasi Sachs, who died a few days ago in Paris. Ignasi was born in Poland and came to Brazil with his parents in the 40s, escaping Nazism. He went to Warsaw to work with the great economist Mikhail Kalik in the system of planning of the Polish government. In the 1968, he was a refugee for anti-Semitic persecution in the Polish government, and he went to Paris, and he taught in the École des Études Sciences Sociales, and he created his first studies on eco-development. If you haven't read him yet, he has a beautiful intellectual autobiography called The Third Margin. It's available in French and Portuguese. Everything that I say here does not imply my UN mandate on Syria, okay? This session is organized around search for peace in the midst of global tensions. Together, we should find ways to promote peace, avoiding spirals of violence. I like that expression. One of these spirals that persists is the internationalized war with 5 different foreign armies in Syria. It's been 12 years that it's been there. But I think it would be more useful to talk about a spiral that persists for 75 years now, which is the case of the denial of human rights of Palestinians living under occupation from the State of Israel. The great Palestinian poet Mahmoud Darwish, in a 1995 conference, said, Palestinian poetry has become, for less than a decade, aware of the need to humanize its themes and to go from Palestine, from a topic and an object, to Palestinians as subjects. A challenging proposal in the midst of the struggle against a project of colonial occupation that steals land from Palestinians and incessantly builds Jewish colonies at the same time as it submits Palestinians to a military jurisdiction, brutally repressing them and imprisoning them. Therefore, the need to see Palestinians effectively as subjects. Today, the struggle for Palestinian rights is current because morally it is the last struggle against colonialism. Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, and the African nations under the dominion of Portugal suffered with colonial occupation. However, in these other countries, there were transformations that overcame colonialism. Palestine today is the only nation that remains in the world submitted to colonialism under a nuclear power. This process started even before the existence of the State of Israel. As soon as there was the split in 2 states, one Jewish, one Arabic, approved by the UN General Assembly in November 1947. Actually, the conflict started the day after the agreement at the UN 4 months and a half before the end of the British mandate in Israel. On November 30th, 1947, the Zionist militias Haganah, Irgun, and Bandostern started to attack Palestinian villages. 400,000 Palestinians were kicked out of their lands in this way in these 4 initial months of the attacks and in the consequent civil war. Even before the proclamation of the creation of the State of Israel in May 15th, 1948. And even before the Arab nations who had voted against the split of Palestine had sent their armies, especially volunteer armies, to fight against the split of Palestine. That is, half of Palestinians were kicked out of their homes and their lands even before the beginning of the very war. It was a planned operation of ethnic cleansing for the creation of an ethnically pure Jewish state. The first stage of the ethnic cleansing resulted, as many historians have attested, in 800,000 Palestinians kicked out. Ever since the foundation of Israel, the international community has tolerated or has pretended to be unaware of the forced expulsion of Palestinians known as the Nakba. Despite the illegal colonial occupation of Palestinian territories by Israel, even though it deeply disrespects international law and all of the resolutions of the UN Security Council. It's not one, it's all UN Security Council resolutions were not respected by Israel over these 75 years. For the first time in 75 years, the Nakba Day, which is the same day as the day of the founding of Israel, was commemorated for the first time UN in 2023. On the 16th, really, according to decision of the General Assembly. The tolerance of the international community with this occupation has allowed the consolidation of an apartheid regime against Palestinians, a discrimination seeking to keep the domination of a single ethnic group and racial and national group above another ever since 1967, submitted to a military jurisdiction. Quote, in Israel, there is an internal, institutionalized, and ingrained difference between Jews and Arabs, and all of their systems are infected to the point of rotting. Once we say that, we're talking about apartheid. Wrote a few weeks ago the great Israeli journalist Gideon Levy in the Haaretz newspaper. According to the same logic of affirmation and construction of an ethnic Jewish state, in 2018, the basic law of the nation state was approved in 2018, which states that only Jews have rights to national representation in Israel, among other measures that create and sustain a situation of apartheid against Palestinians in Israel and occupied territories. The Convention Against the Apartheid was approved by the General Assembly of the UN in 1973, with a great number of abstentions by Western countries and negative votes from Portugal, South Africa, the UK, and the US. The apartheid is described, as everyone knows, in Article the 1st as a crime against humanity, a determination later confirmed in late 1998 by the Rome Statute in the International Criminal Court. A wide variety of very respectable international Palestinian and Israeli organizations such as Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, B'Tselem, Al-Damir, and Al-Haq recognized Israel as an apartheid state. In September 2021, before the opening of the General Assembly, the UN General Assembly, Lakhdar Brahimi, the old special envoy for the General Secretary of the UN for Syria and a member of the group The Elders, which were created by Nelson Mandela, appealed the UN General Assembly to investigate the deepening of the Israeli supremacy regime over millions of Palestinians, which has been recognized by more and more observers as a apartheid state. Brahimi remembered that with the annexation and expansion of their absolute control over all of Palestine, Israel denies the inalienable right of the Palestinian people to existence and sovereignty in their own land, therefore consolidating a system of government of discrimination, segregation, and institutionalized inequality through laws and policies in all of the historical Palestine. He concluded by saying that this system meets the UN definition of apartheid. Despite this appeal by all of my colleagues, special rapporteurs of human rights at the UN recognizing apartheid in Israel, up to now the UN has abstained from denominating the Palestinian occupation as such, as an apartheid. Given this context, let us not be depressed and let us think of the bright side. In December 2022, the General Assembly has required a consultative opinion from the International Criminal Court, International Justice Court, in relation to the legal consequences of the Israeli conduct in relation to the continued violation to the right of self-determination of Palestinians, the prolonged occupation of Palestinian occupied territory since 1967, and the adoption of discriminatory legislations and measures against Palestinians. An alliance of Palestinian, Israeli, and international organizations such as Human Rights Watch is working with certain states, including Brazil, to support the written observations of each state to the International Justice Court. This is not the International Criminal Court. This is the International Justice Court, the oldest and highest jurisdiction of the UN. There can no longer be doubt that Israel is an apartheid state, as defined by the great historian Ilan Pappe, a racist ethnocracy, an ethno-state that bases its actions on military terror, as we saw in the recent bombardment of the refugee camp in Jenin and other Palestinian cities, in the attacks of colonists from the settlements, as was informed this month by Jens Larke, the speaker of OCHA. In the first 6 months of 2023, the UN registered 591 incidents related to settlement colonists, illegal settlement colonists in occupied Palestinian, resulting in Palestinian deaths, damages to property, or both. This is a monthly average of 99 incidents per year. The Palestinian pastoral communities are particularly vulnerable to these and other activities from the illegal settlements. These attacks are completed by day-to-day atrocities, house demolitions, arbitrary imprisonments, including of children, and in the Gaza blockade that the old President Sarkozy from France, far from being an enemy of Israel, considered the largest open sky prison in the world, in the intolerance and dehumanization of Palestinians.
Israel brings the false flag of democracy to bring the false, to simulate a military dictatorship imposed to the Palestinians. Couldn't be a better occasion to appeal here that Brazil and Latin America condemn the apartheid. The international community, the civil society, the intellectuals, the universities, the academics of the democratic states have the obligation to break the silence, to act, to not tolerate anymore Israel, who is a member state of UN, disregarding all the obligations from the UN, as above all the obligations of the international law. As José Saramago mentioned, Nobel Prize of Literature from Portugal, he said, one day history will be made, the history of suffering of Palestinian people will be made, and that will be a history of a monument of indignity and cowardness of the people. Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Paulo Pinheiro, for your speech, exposing everything that we have in mind, certainly. And then I give the floor to Professor Sishua Sishua, Professor of the University of Stellenbosch, historian and researcher on the historic process of colonial Africa. You have the floor.
Thank you to the Common Action Forum for inviting me to Brazil. It's my first time here, and also I would like to thank the Professor Pinheiro, who has just spoken. In a sense, he has provided context to what I'm about to say. But also the speakers in the previous session, I think, did provide important observations that speak to this particular session. At the core of this session is the question of how do we secure peace amidst rising global tension. And it's correct, I think, to say we are under an invisible shadow of war, similar to what we witnessed during the Cold War period. And we are moving at an accelerated speed towards the destruction of ourselves through nuclear war, but we're also seeing major powers of the world, similar to what we had in the East-West divide of the tensions that characterized the world before the fall of Berlin. They are coming back now. What we see is China and Russia on the one hand, the United States and European nations on the other hand. And the question for me is, what do we need to do to reduce this tension and secure the peace that the world has enjoyed since 1945, when the Second World War ended? I want to offer three points. The first is to say we need to strengthen institutions that have helped us secure the peace that we have enjoyed until now. I would say that for a long time, that responsibility has fallen on the shoulders of the United Nations. But we have seen over the last decades that the structural organization of the United Nations does not correspond with the times of the moment. The world has noted the launch of wars in Iraq and other countries, for example, in clear violation of the United Nations law. And I think that at the heart of that is the manner in which the institution is structured, particularly the Security Council. But I think the fundamental point is to try to strengthen other institutions in addition to the United Nations, as Minister Pandor made reference to in her address. And here I remember that in the 70s and 80s, we had institutions such as the Non-Aligned Movement, which served as an important check on the divide between the East and West. That institution, I think, has gone down. But what we are seeing increasingly is other alternatives like the BRICS, for example, that the minister mentioned in her address. It's important to strengthen these institutions, but BRICS is much more oriented toward economic relations. And I think what is important is to try to see if we could revive institutions such as the Non-Aligned Movement that, at least for a number of African countries in the 70s and 80s, were able to rise above the divide that had been created by that East-West division through the institutions such as the Non-Aligned Movement. And so we need to strengthen these institutions. The second intervention, I think, that should be made is to strengthen international cooperation, solidarity, and dialogue. The professor spoke about the apartheid that is happening in relation to Israel and Palestine conflict. And South Africa provides a very good example in that regard, to say wherever there's conflict of this kind, ultimately people have to come together to discuss, to dialogue, and to build something beautiful from which a better future could be built. For a long time in South Africa, for example, the pursuit of peace was accompanied by violence through guns and armed struggle. But in the end, peace was secured by people deciding to come together and say, can we replace the sounds of guns with the silence of a peace negotiated, rather a dialogue negotiated peace. I don't see another way outside dialogue, for example, but we have to remember that South Africa was able to achieve the South African miracle because of the support that it received from many countries across the world. And we have to try to see if we could, wherever conflict is rearing its ugly head, including the crime against humanity that is happening in the Israel-Palestine conflict, whether it's also in relation to the Russia-Ukraine conflict, we have to give space to dialogue and to try to build international cooperation in a manner that would secure favorable outcomes, that secure peace. And the final point, I think, is much more fundamental, because at the heart of these rising global tensions is what the previous session, I think, touched upon, the competition for resources, extractive resources, essentially. And the divide that we are seeing now between the major powers, to which the developing world or the global south is being invited to join, is fundamentally driven by the competition for minerals, whether it's here in Latin America, whether it's in Africa. What you see is these major powers competing for sphere of influence, informed by the desire to extract more. So it speaks to what we discussed in the morning. I think it was touched upon to say the unregulated nature of financial capitalism. But capitalism, by its nature, is underpinned by exploitation. It's underpinned by violence. It's underpinned by plunder. And I think that this governs our relationship also, whether that's at personal level, at national level, at the continental level. And I think that when we talk about a multipolar world, I hear people say the solution to this global tension is to try as much as possible to create a multipolar world. And the dominant assumption, at least in the South, is that multipolarism means attacking the power of the United States led Western domination of the world and allowing many other superpowers to come into existence, such as China and Russia. It is then expected that when such a situation comes into fruition, there will be peace. But that simply means many different forms of violence, exploitation, and plunder. And the kind of multipolar world that is required, in my view, is one that underscores the point that the search for peace must be universal, but it can't be separate from the rejection of a method of production and exploitation which is inherently violent and therefore leads to war. So we have to find ways of creating a system that does not sustain this search for peace based on the current mode of economic relations, which is unregulated capitalism. I'll stop here for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Sishdua, also for keeping the time. So I'll now pass the word to Professor Emad Shaheen, who is, desculpa. Passo a palavra ao professor.
I pass the floor to Professor Emad Shaheen, that is former Islamic studies. He is a visitor at the University of Harvard on democracy and connections of democracy and Islam.
People. So thank you so much for your steadfastness and for being here after 2 long days. I will try to be focused and brief. and say that to a university professor to be focused. It's a chore. The question I will be addressing is what is it that we can do differently from institutions, current institutions that are trying or working to address the issue of peace and promote peace worldwide? How can be different? How can be more impactful? And how can we be more effective? And we here means, of course, Common Action Forum. It's always a pleasure for me to participate in the activities of Common Action Forum, and I think it has gone a long way, and it is ready for a new phase in its wonderful progress and career. We all know that war is like a road with 1,000 heads and no end. And the reason is the end is always long-lasting pain, agony, and tragedy. States usually care more for war than peace and prepare more for war than peace. I will just throw in some statistics, even at 5 p.m., but very quickly. In 2022, military spending worldwide amounted to $2.2 trillion. $2.2 trillion. According to Jeffrey Sachs, in his book, The End of Poverty, to end poverty, the world needs $175 billion every year for 20 years. That's a total of $3.5 trillion to end poverty worldwide, as opposed to, or compared to, 45.8 trillion spending on arms in 20 years. So you can see the ratio between the two and the huge discrepancy and actually deficit in this regard. According to the World Bank, the Arab countries spent over $2 trillion on military spending between 1999 and 2018, 20 years, similarly. This is equivalent to 7.4% of their annual GNP. Now, if you compare that to what they spend on health and education, the Arab countries spend 4.3 as opposed to 7.4, 4.3% on education. Egypt, for example, spends 2.5%, and 5.9 on health. Much less and lower percentage than that they spend on armaments and amassing arms. Now, like war, peace is linked to many structural and non-structural elements, resources that we refer to, economy, values, justice, geography, history, expectations. So it is a multifaceted process and very complicated process. To aim for peace, one needs to be realistic. War has been an integral part of human history for thousands of years. According to the New York Times, over the past 3,400 years, humans have been at peace for 268 years of them. Only 80% of recorded history. That humanity lived in peace, only 8% of recorded history. Let me share some quick points about peace before we move to our main question of what can we do. It's difficult to have peace in violent societies. This is a fact of life. And here I'm talking about internal violence and external violence. Internal violence in terms of ruling or coming to power through military coups, suppressing population, excluding certain ethnic and sectarian segments of society, all the economic inequality, all the internal violence that is being exercised or practiced within a specific country, or external issue of intervention. We talked about hegemony, we talked about control, about influence, and so on. So the second point is peace is a state of mind and culture. And as we always define culture, it's not static, it's dynamic, so it needs a lot of socialization, training in order to develop a state of mind that is programmed to accept and to live in peace. Let me read you a verse, and you might be surprised to find out that it is from the Quran. The verse goes as such: God invites to the land of peace, and he guides whom he will to the path of safety and righteousness. The third point is sustainable peace is to be based on justice and equity, and both need power to protect them. They cannot go without power, they cannot go without deterrence. It's a very big dilemma, of course, and dichotomy. Peace is a process, and we need to appreciate our pluralism, diversity, human dignity, rule of law, and justice. Finally, to abolish war is a noble but a long-term objective. In the meantime, we need to learn to exist with our own differences. What can we do differently? Let me share a story that also from the Arab tradition. In 590, the Prophet was asked about something. Prophet Muhammad was asked about something, an act or action in pre-Islamic times, in Jahiliyyah. We call it Jahiliyyah, the age of ignorance, that he liked and he wished that could be repeated again. He said, he referred to, or he mentioned something called the alliance of the virtuous, the pact of the virtuous. It was an agreement or a pact or an alliance that was concluded in 590, as I mentioned, between the strong tribes of Mecca. That's where he lived. And the whole objective of that pact was to establish justice and to protect the weak clans. And he said, if I am invited, or I was invited to join again, I would join again without any hesitation. And of course, these were infidels, non-Muslims, and so on. Prime Minister Zapatero, in his opening remarks and his key speech, mentioned an international movement. Indeed, we need an international movement, particularly in the absence of global leadership and sensible visions. But we need to learn from the past, as my colleagues have alluded to. For example, we need to study the non-aligned movement, the Group of 77, the North-South dialogue, the Global South, and understand the weaknesses and strengths of this movement in order to repeat some kind of misgivings or shortcomings of the past. Second, Common Action has come a long way, as I mentioned. The Common Action Forum has come a long way, and it might consider in due time, there is no rush, but in due time, to be a key actor in such a movement that Prime Minister Zapatero called for. Third, we can work on developing a new compelling narrative based on a new value system: human security, social justice, thank you, and fair distribution, non-aggression, respect for the rule of law, with no exception. Fourth, we focus on clear demands and issues while avoid being ideological. We need to build a broad alliance for a better humanity with similar-minded entities. Finally, we need to work on and with institutions and grassroots movements that share the same values. Here, I wanted to conclude by saying that these are just ideas that maybe we need to explore in our next and future meetings. But actually, the Foreign Minister of South Africa has provided actually a plan of action. It's an agenda for the future. Maybe we need to examine this, transcribe it, and again, put it as part of our agenda for the future and how to move forward with what we can do in order to aim and seek for a better world and peace for humanity. Thank you so much.
Shaheen, considering that we have exactly 10 minutes, I think each of you could finish off in 2 minutes. And de novo, desculpa.
Once again, I'm sorry. And to instigate an answer in relation to this larger meaning, in relation to this conference and all these different sessions have proposed, I would like to propose a line of thinking in relation to what does it mean to act together. And so we'll start with the idea that maybe don't we need to deconstruct our own addicted vision and language, because our vision and point of view is determined by our language, and oftentimes we say we as the West against them, the East. This is a division that is not good for a fairer world for everyone, because it's not a real division. This division between West and East is a fictitious division that does not allow for the real connection and for the real flows that were always a part of the history of thinking, of culture, and of life as groups. So many different historical examples could be given now. So if we started by deconstructing some of these terms, some of these concepts, and once again, we can't go through all of them. We talked a lot about South-South relations, which are a lot more correct kind of relations as far as our place in the construction of a fairer world. There's one term that permeates all of this beyond the deconstruction of wrong concepts. That is, instead of talking about the West, maybe we can talk about Europe and the United States. Instead of talking about the East, we can say exactly what we mean by the East, and not these large falsifications that create the idea of a divided world when there are people who are interested in dividing the world, but we want to unite the world. But there is a word that I would finish up: greed. Well, it seems like the world that we have today is a monument to human greed. In every aspect, we are destroying our own existence on Earth with wars, global warming, greenhouse gases. All of this has roots in this fiction that was created in a divided world, in a world that is the monument to human greed. This is what I'd like to instigate you to wrap up by saying, maybe even in war, don't we need to overcome this paradigm of greed and have a paradigm of a world that's built for all of us, replacing. I didn't want to go too far, but I already did. Maybe to replace the theft of land, which is one of the meanings of behind war. Maybe this indigenous knowledge of belonging to the earth. Maybe using this knowledge, we can connect to the earth instead of stealing land. The end of thinking of land and water as commodities. Instead of the war industry, we should have disarmament, the call for the end of nuclear weapons and weapons of mass destruction, and in the place of colonialism and ethnocentrism, a multipolar world. And finally, giving you the floor, this was the provocation that I'd like to start. Let's start the other way around. We'll start with Imad Shaheen, and then Sishua, and finally Paulo Sergio Pinheiro. Thank you.
Well, this is a really excellent question and difficult one to respond. What we're witnessing, in my view, are global phenomena that are having similar impact on certain countries. I don't say us, because now it's us and them and so on, but they're having similar impact, but they're coming from different sources. For example, look at, you see, again, I am hesitant for the time being just to mention countries, but for example, the Chinese form of spreading influence and extending its trade and extending its economic arms, for example, around the world. If you talk about the Middle East, for example, is Russia part of the West or part of the East? The same thing. We have always been, since the early century, maybe the early 20th century, suffering from or concerned about Russian ambitions in the Middle East. Take Iran as an example. Take the Ottoman Empire. Take the wars that took place between Russia and the rest. So for some, again, of us in other regions, this geographic definition or geographic division is not similar, for example, as clear-cut when we talk about East and West. This is one, of course, important element that have to take into consideration. The other thing is, again, if we would like to build some kind of common grounds, I don't think it should be built on confrontation and would fall into the same mistakes that we are complaining about in terms, for example, greed, expansion, power, trying to extend influence, and so on. What we are trying to do is we are trying to promote certain global values that are based on equality, on virtues, certain virtues that can constitute a common ground for so many countries and so many people. That's exactly what we are trying to seek, but not in confrontation. If there are, for example, existing institutions such as part of the United Nations, which in my view, for example, is becoming a house for contradictions and double standards, but still it can play, and it has been playing, roles in development, in eradicating poverty, SDGs, and so on, that we can align with and can associate with. So not everything, for example, can put us in a collusion course with the rest. Working now?
I hope so. How many minutes do I have? How many minutes do I have? 2 minutes. No, I think you are correct to say we should be very mindful of the language we use, because language fosters division, but it can also be a source of unity. The terminologies we deploy, the South, North, West, non-Western countries are not very helpful when it comes to building peace, because in every North there's a South, in every South there's a North. In the United States, for example, there are populations that suffering from all forms of violence. It may be women, it may be indigenous groups, for example, it may be other categories of the human population. So I think what is needed is to build solidarity that cuts across these divides, rather than seeing the South as in competition with the North. We must identify groups within these countries and try to build solidarity that ensures that the people in Europe, for example, in India, in South Africa, do not think everything is well and our enemies are on the other side of the divide, when actually there are groups within these particular countries that could build constructive linkages that would help us secure peace and overcome the violence of these groups. We need to be conscious of the fact that violence is not simply war. We wage war on women, we wage war on nature, we wage war on indigenous groups, and it's really important that we build solidarity and one that cuts across these divides. Thank you.
Well, I have a certain difficulty in thinking of how to do this kind of transformation. I will give you 3 issues. One thing that was very interesting, I don't know if it was Prime Minister Zapatero who mentioned this, I think it would be great to review all of these experiences from the Group of 77, the non-aligned group, but not just in the perspective of the state. We need to rethink these initiatives, but with civil society. Because all of these movements were states movements. In a certain way, civil society, as we think of it, didn't even really exist in the international arena. So I agree with my colleague. I think this is a huge task. It's a good work program. The second issue is the issue of language. Well, I think this language already exists, and it became universal. And it's the huge progress for human rights, for instance, in terms of legislation, conventions, in terms of monitoring. Let's not forget that the UN only started to monitor human rights in 1979. It's exactly because of the Committee on Racial Discrimination in South Africa and Chile under Pinochet. The declaration's from 1948. So between 79 and now, there's a huge arc of institutions in which the civil society participates, not just states, and these are human rights movements that participate. So I think that peace is the place of human rights. All of these virtues that you mentioned, I think that they are condensed in the human rights movements, which are spread around the world. The late, great Alfred Stepan, the political scientist, said that the big celebrity of transitions of Latin America were the human rights organizations. And the third aspect that I would like to mention is that it is necessary to review the political institutions of the UN. They do not correspond. I could mention President Lula. They no longer correspond to reality. So a lot of the topics that you mentioned and the objectives that you want are going to be very hard if these political institutions are not reformed. I think that we're going to have a good surprise in the next General Assembly by the part of Brazil, exactly because of the state of Israel. Brazil always opens the the UN General Assembly. I think there will be an agenda in terms of the reform of the UN Security Council, and I believe that we have some hope that something might happen in that sense. Let's not be overly optimistic, but I think those are my 3 comments. Well, with that, I would like to wrap up this session, and I will pass the floor back to Rafael Heidelberg for our final session. Thank you so much for all the panelists. Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Arlene. Muito obrigado a todos os panelistas.
Thanks so much, Arlene. Thanks so much to all the panelists. Within 15 minutes, the Common Action Forum will be finished. But before we wrap up, we have the final words and a very important visit for us that makes us honored. It's hard to express how satisfied we are for having her here. The first immigrant woman who is the General Governor of Canada, Adrienne Clarkson. Adrienne, it's the first time that Adrienne comes to Brasilia, and she went to all of the sessions in this event, and I would like to invite her for the final considerations of this meeting.
I think that's fine. Can you hear me? Can everyone hear me? Yes? Good. I don't hear a very big echo, so that's great. Great. Today, I speak to you not as only Adrienne Clarkson, but as Giche Wenetiti Kalagitikwam, an honorary chief of the Blood Kanai tribe of North America. I'm deeply honored to be a chief. It's a great privilege and not given to many people. I have been a chief since 2005, and the Blood tribe extends from northern Alberta, Saskatchewan, down into the United States past the Dakotas. And I speak to you also as somebody who lives in Toronto, which is a land which has been inhabited by the Haudenosaunee, the Anishinaabe, the Wendat, the Hurons, and is in a treaty called the Dish with One Spoon. It is ceded territory. I give this as the for us as Canadians today in the 21st century to acknowledge the Aboriginal, the Indigenous, present and past of our country. Last night you heard from John about what we have been and what we are in the past, and I will tell you what we are and what we should be now. We have come to an acknowledgement of what we are, and we will, I think and hope, continue with it. I came to a country called Canada full of white people, white bread, in 1942 as a child immigrant refugee from the defeated area of Hong Kong, which the Japanese had conquered. By a miracle, we were able to be sent on a Red Cross ship, which made a trip not across the Pacific, which was in war, but from Hong Kong to Singapore, to Lorenzo Marx, where we were exchanged with Japanese nationals, 1 for 1. Then we came to Cape Town, and then to see Rio de Janeiro. So tomorrow I will go to Rio de Janeiro for the first time since I was a 2-year-old refugee. My parents were given some money by the Red Cross at the time, and they went out and took samba lessons, which tells you a lot about them and the reason why we were able to have a successful life in Canada. Their attitude was always of the most positive. And I am a beneficiary of what the Aboriginal people in Canada believe firmly in the circle in which people hold hands. And all you have to do is let go of a hand and receive another person. And as Chief John Kelly, our Grand Chief, once said about 15 years ago, the circle gets bigger and Canadians of all colors and religions are entering our circle. You might have roots somewhere else, but in reality, you are here with us. And this is the welcome that we have always had, a welcome that we betrayed for some 100 years, but before that, as John told you last night, we had a wonderful relationship with Native peoples, and we created a new people out of the Europeans and the Indigenous who were there, the Métis people, all of whom are recognized in our Constitution. I think it's important for us now to understand the Indigenous because it gives us our basis. And certain buildings, for instance, in the capital city of Ottawa, which is on ceded land, treaty land, are now looking at the stones out of which they were built in the 19th century, the mortar that was used to hold them together, because we know that some of those stones and some of that gravel came from ancient burial grounds of the Native people. So we are acknowledging that, and we are hoping to have that resolution and reconciliation with the acknowledgement of what has happened in the past. And I think it's important for us as people to understand in Canada that the past is never dead. The past is always with us. The past is part of us. When I was a child in grade 5, we learned about Indians, as we called them then in Canada, and we were told we were going to make a little model of how they had lived in little teepees, and we were asked to bring in birch bark from the trees so we could make little teepees, little pieces of cedar so we could make little bushes and make a project, and we were given little figures that we would put little bits of fur on to say, these are the Indians. Nobody ever said that just 40 miles away there was a reserve with Algonquin people living on it. I didn't ever see or meet an Indigenous person until I was 17 in 1956. I went to university with one who was the son of a chief of the Iroquois tribe in southern Ontario. To me, that is really something that in my lifetime we have come to that recognition of the value and the importance of what the land has meant to us. And the land is everything to us in Canada. The land is the richness of the resources that have made us. It's the source of the water which we have. Between us and Brazil, we have something like 20%, 25% of the world's fresh water, although unfortunately a lot of ours is underground. But it all does flow north. And at one point or another, all Canadians are a little bit paranoid about the Americans. we believe the Americans will come to us and take our water. That's what we do fundamentally believe. We have to watch out for it. And when I hear the talk during this time about climate, about democracy, it makes me think that for climate, Canada is climate. And right now, we have forest fires raging in Canada that add up to the size of Germany. We have a huge country. You have the third hugest. We have the second hugest. And that's what climate change has done for us and in my lifetime. We have 4 grandchildren. Our legacy to them is that we have used up everything because we have been so developed. I feel guilty about that. I feel that that's wrong. And I think only by listening to Indigenous people and to hearing what they have done and what they have said and what they have always preached and believed, that is the way in which we will learn how to get out of this trap and to recognize what we have gotten ourselves into through our development. When I came to the country, I was a refugee. We didn't have very much money, but we had a wonderful public education system, which my husband and I both went through all the way through university. And that is the kind of country that can bring immigrants in who start with nothing and who get then, because the country is what it is and what it believes in, can be everything. Our latest census told us, actually, very interestingly, that the rate of intermarriage in our country has risen by 35% in the 10 years since our last census, and that is among university-educated people. We have citizenship is the most important thing for our people because a lot of people come as refugees, they come seeking asylum, they come with nothing, and like myself, they can become something. There is no such thing as a limit. There is only the sky. I believe very much that we have to deal with the climate, that we have to acknowledge what we have done to it, and that it is developed countries that have ruined it. I also believe that by making people part of a country as quickly as you can, you help them to build that process. Belonging is the most important thing to people coming to any country. It comes naturally when you are born somewhere and your father and grandfather have always come from there and you have always spoken the same language and you've always had the same religion and you know the same familiar things. But when you come to a strange country, especially when you come with nothing or you start with very little, it becomes very, very important to know how to belong. So our institutions, I think, are very aware of that. John and I have a foundation which is based on helping new Canadians. As soon as they get their citizenship, we give them free access to every cultural institution in the country for 1 year and their family of up to 4 children. That's the kind of thing that one can do for them. They also get 1 trip across the country on the train at half price. It's a big country. It's about 5,000 kilometers across. They can have a welcome done in that way at their citizenship ceremonies where they meet established Canadians and where they can start that dialogue, which their children will have. But we always worried about people who were working so hard or on shift work. How did they ever come to museums or go to concerts and so on? We now have extra seats for them at concerts, at all kinds of venues. All they have to do is go on an app on our that we have organized, and they belong once they are citizens. And we have contact with about 500,000 new Canadians over the last 10 years or so, and they immediately can go. If there are seats that are free for the opera, they put them up on the line, and in 30 seconds, they are gone. Belonging is so important to people, and that's the way you help people belong, is to say everything is open to you that we have. Everything that we have is yours. That is so important to people. I'm very interested in the fact that all through the discussions today, and yesterday, there were talks about democracy and our institutions and all the things that the patriarchy has established. And the patriarchy is very strong. And although I loved a lot of what Raj Patel said today, when he said that Margaret Thatcher was a neoliberal feminist, I wanted to stand right up there and say there is no such thing. That is a contradiction in terms. Margaret Thatcher was the greatest female impersonator in the history of humankind. Women are not set up for neoliberalism. They are set up, as several of our participators, including the former mayor of Madrid, said, for caring, because they control birth, because they control life, and because males will never recover from that, no matter how generous they are and how educated they become. The fact that women do control life, they control the very source of it, is something that we have to realize is important, and our institutions do not reflect it. None of our institutions reflect that. When my husband had a kidney stone, it was a terrible one. It was a staghorn. Hope you don't mind my telling you that, John. It was a staghorn, and he leaned up against the wall, and I went with him to the doctor, and the doctor said, oh, the only worse pain than that staghorn is labor, woman in labor having birth. Well, those of us who have given birth know about that, and we accept it, and we have joy in it because we know what the result is. So when we're thinking of the kind of institutions that we call upon and want to reform and we want to have new institutions, they are basically male-oriented. And we hold on to our dreams of Athenian democracy in a way which is, I think, really quite touching, because we hold on to it and cling to its components as if to a particularly well-balanced pieces of a shipwreck. And as we hang on to those pieces, we have to see what are the ones that can really float and work for us. We are now in the process of destroying the planet for our grandchildren, and we have been for some time, and we have 4 who are of university age. And we have to realize that if we have to shift our point of view, it cannot be within the male point of view. It has to be done with indigenous values and with feminine values. And those feminine values have to come to the fore and not just be granted to women, because that's something you can do when and if you've had children and learned how to cook and take care of a house. Women have done all of that and more too. And I think that the patriarchy, which is still so strong, will be helped by our need for bringing to the fore the indigenous values, which in all the countries which still have indigenous people, and China is the country that has the most indigenous people, and you never hear about them. India has indigenous people, and the values of that are the continuity of our earth, are the continuity of our civilizations. They ceded it, yes, to other people. Cortez with horses and Pizarro with horses came to Mexico, and they found an empire, and they conquered that. The people who came to Brazil didn't have anything to conquer. It wasn't an empire. So they built an empire here themselves and transported Europe to the New World. And not only Europe, but a monarchy. So I think what we have to realize is that when we're going on from here, we have to look at the values that really work for us as human beings, and not the structures that have been set up in another time for values which are not those of the human race, which is men and women. We have to recognize that, and we have to use the values of the indigenous that we are very fortunate to have in both our countries, Brazil and Canada, and many of the countries that you come from. We have to use those values in order to recreate now, as we have been steadily ruining everything else, to recreate now what is really of value to us as human beings. In our country, we say that we have only inherited from our ancestors. and that we are only custodians for our children and our grandchildren. Let us always keep that in mind when we think of any structures or any reorganizations that we think we can do. Thank you.
Now it is the real time of the injustice, because we're gonna close our annual forum of 2023 Together for the World. I have to thank for an infinity of people, and I'm gonna forget most of them. But but mainly the most important part of the forum is the participation of you who came from very far places, and who are the engine and the strength of the forum. Our role is to bring you here and to disseminate the ideas, and especially that you find ways to collaborate and create and generate actions to really get to the alternatives that are so important to face our problems, our global problems. They are the most urgent. So from the former Minister Zapatero, Manuela Carmena, former General Adrienne Clarkson, going through all of you, my deep gratitude from the program. I think I don't have anything else to add. The most relevant things were said, and I deeply believe that the ways of collaboration will be born from here. Within your institutions, you can find new ways to make it concrete of these ideas. I'd like to thank for the presidency of the Republic of Brazil for the support. I'd like to thank for ICL that made it possible for the transmission for the remote participants, specifically mention the ICL team from Eduardo Moreira, Rafael Donatello, Larissa, and Luciano Profeta. Thank you very much for making it possible, and extend the thanking for the technicians and the translators who made a formidable work from the very beginning of the work. They were here in all the moments. Thank also for the organizations, several organizations who were with us, especially the numerous members who came from the foundations, also the Memorial JK, this historical place that received us here, and also the Memorial of Povos Indígenas, Indigenous People Memorial, that was the place of our meeting yesterday night and 2 days ago. And also, and to finalize, the team that made this possible, working very hard in the last months, that is the Common Action Forum team, Wada Hamfer, and also Aniki, Irene, Tristan, Natasha, Sol, Annabella, and certainly I didn't bring them all the names are missing, but all this is possible because of you. My deep gratitude for all of you. I hope you all get well at home, back home, and I hope you can move forward from these ideas, these meetings in the past days. And Common Action Forum is open for you all the time, and we'll do everything we can to meet this mission for these new values that can guide our new world in a manner that can solve all these very serious problems that we've been facing in the last decades. Thank you very much, and until next year.